starting everything up. I gotta start all this stuff up so that we can have a good stream. Boy, I don't like what the compressor looks like. I don't know, is it me? Is my volume down? Feels like it. I guess it's okay. I need to listen in. I've got the feedback that I can do. I haven't done it. I haven't gotten around to it yet. My audio will vastly improve, and maybe more people will view my stream as a result. Okay, so we're there. We got this. VOD channel. VOD. Where's that? I can just open up YouTube. YOU. There it is. About a VOD. Load that up. Open this thing. Mute it so I don't double my audio. And then pop out the chat. There we go. Now YouTubers can nettle me with all of their commentary, as well as Twitchers. Hey, what's up here, Bothan? And Flask. Greetings and salutations to you as well. To you as well. Are you guys popping? Yeah, you're popping. You're popping up on screen. You're popping. I'm locking. You're popping. All right. Here we are. What was something I had to talk about? Something that I wanted to talk about. I got the printer cartridges in, so I now have 2 sets of ink tanks for my still non-functional ink tank printer that's sitting right here. I need to do 2 things before I load the ink in, because these audio sounds good. Okay, good. I need to do 2 things with this. One of them is invert it and get to the print head so that I can put a little alcohol on it, so I can loosen up any caked on ink, because this thing's probably sat for a little while. And then after that, it's paper feed issues. I don't know why it's not feeding paper properly. It literally just yeets the paper into the back of the printer and blows it up. It just crinkles the paper immediately. I got to look into that. I don't know what's going on with it. If there's like a feed ramp that's missing, or I don't know. I don't know what it could possibly be. But man, it really does destroy the paper. And the times we've gotten it to feed, it's thrown the paper through and the print looks all crazy. So it's a very broken printer. I don't know that it was broken when I got it, but it certainly has sat for a long time. So my 3D printer is actually more reliable than the 2-dimensional printer, although the 2-dimensional printer does do color. Brink GG, thank you so much for 21 months. Brink GG, really appreciate you subbing. That's very nice of you. Yeah, it's my 3D printer I can rely on. I never thought I'd be able to say that. Versus a 2D printer. It's a very strange world we live in. Very strange world we live in. Then again, my 2D printer is monochrome, so straight up and down, don't even bother. What have I forgotten? What did I forget? I have anxiety. I'm anxiety today. I feel like I haven't done something. Maybe that's just how you feel normal. Maybe that's just a normal feeling. My Bamboo Labs printer is usually more reliable than my Xerox. Yeah, those Bamboo Labs, man, another maker has fallen. Inheritance Machining did a whole Bamboo Labs reveal that, they sponsored this stream and here's their printer, and it's like, cool, so happy for you. I'm really glad for you. Everybody but Bother. Bother's too microscopic in his breadth and width to be recognized by a company that's practically giving out 3D printers for free. I mean, they are giving them out for free, to be honest. They're probably also paying him to do a paid promotion. He has more reach than I do. That's for sure. One thing that he did show off, though, was a user sent in an offset head for a milling machine, and that's something that would be totally awesome. I don't think I'd have that many uses for it. I think there were like 1 or 2 uses where I would actually, possibly even approach something like that, needing something like that, and that would be to just very lazily chamfer your corners or fillet, doing very lazy. Which one's the round one? Whichever one the round one is, because you can put your offset mill on a line and then swing it around and do another line. I don't know how you'd calculate all that. get all of your, you know, this needs to go exactly to there, that needs to go to there, this needs to go to there, and then you move the x-axis. I don't know how you'd calculate that and get what you want as a result, but it's totally possible to do with something like that. Of course, then again, I'm not really doing stuff like that. I mean, yes, I do enjoy my a good filleted edge, a good rounded edge. I do enjoy, but mostly we could just put that in the CAD software, so we don't really need to worry about manually doing something like that, or linishing off a corner to make it rounded. Every time I've tried to do that, I always get it wrong too. Never works out. Boom, 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 boom. This song has been stuck in my head for a month. I have not been able to get this song out of my head. The one with lyrics, the version with lyrics. Actually, it's been a year. It's straight up a year of having this song stuck in my head. A lot of people are getting a free printer, then affiliate marketing agreement where they only get paid if people buy through their link. Yeah, that's a lot of it too. And then another way that they're trying to kind of screw over the creators or get more creators in their program for these things is they make a creators program where you earn points. So the people at the top are probably reaping in the benefits and actually getting sort of a positive contribution, whereas people at the bottom get like a free thing and then they don't get anything beyond that. Whereas before you would have an individual agreement with the creator and you would have like a contract and an NDA and all that stuff. And then that individual creator would get the free thing and then also payment to do an advertisement. And those payments are big. They get, you know, quite a significant amount of money. I'm not at that point where I've had a brush with that before, where they tried to instead get all these new creators to come in and promote products, but then they wanted control of their streams. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. They wanted basically to touch your revenue before you do. That's a big no-no. That's a big no on my part. No, thank you. You don't get financial control over my stream for me shilling a couple cans of water. I guess this is garbage. This is a $20 voltage regulator that blew up. Always sad when stuff just kind of in our world, the world of development and rapid prototyping, rapid-ish prototyping. I don't know if I can call myself rapid, but in that world, things tend to go belly up very quickly, and so the expensive stuff can just die. It can just die. Also known as FAFO. I can't believe I didn't find any other security torques, because this is like the perfect example right here of my favorite little phenomenon, a security theater, where they think they're slick. Why is my mouse? It's like greasy. They think that they're super duper new fasteners, so secure. Nobody's ever going to get into the security torques. It's a Torx bit. People can barely get into Torx bits normally. You have to buy a special set of bits to get into it. There's no way that the oldest screwdriver design would be able to thwart. Oh, it thwarts it perfectly. This one kind of barely fits, but I mean, this is my favorite example of these security bits being completely useless. Oh, this one's even chewed up a little bit. Anything is a flathead screw if you try hard enough. If you got the right cutting implements. Different size. This is the larger one. This one's less chewed up because it's stronger. Works even better. See, the crux of it is that you have 3 contact points on the flathead, and that keeps it nice and stable. It works better than a flathead. security torques. They're better for flathead drivers than flatheads because that one actually contains the screwdriver. It's crazy. So I closed Fusion 360 after yesterday's stream, and I have not started it up in 24 hours. I have not touched it. I haven't touched it because I need to get the idea fresh again. I have some very complicated lines to route on that board in order to get everybody fed power. And the temptation, I'm like this close to going to a 4-layer board, but I think I can get it in 3. Or 2 rather, 3-layer board, what the hell? No, I think I can get it in a 2-layer board. It would be very easy for me to go with 4 layers and just have some very straightforward power routing going on underneath the main layers. That would be very easy to do. And that also gives me a really nice ground layer that spreads on more of the board and keeps it a little bit quieter noise-wise. I think it'll be okay though, but I want to get it within 2 layers just for the challenge of it. But at some point I will have to give up. At some point I will have to give up and just go with 4. The whole time is a money gig. I need to get that idea out. I need to get this thing ordered. Maybe that's why I'm like, what do I need to be doing right now? And I'm not doing any of it. The longer I wait to order this board, the heavier is the temptation to just use the RP2040 with no muxes on a flexi PCB like this. Not this, but like this. I have to think about that one. Because what do we have? Yeah, choice paralysis. You get what's called choice fatigue, and you can no longer make choices. Your body is exhausted. Your brain is exhausted about considering all the parameters of a choice. That's a very real thing, and it's worth noting. It's worth getting familiar with. RP2040. Pin out. Burn. GPIO. 29 is okay. 29. 29 GPIO, and for the keyboard, we have, without the muxes, we would have 4, what is it? Well, it's, okay, rows and columns I have marked down here. Oh yeah, that's right, I rearranged the rows and columns, but 1, 2, well actually wait, I've got it up here. 7 plus 15, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 22. That's 22 GPIO. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. That's for num and caps lock. Then I need I2C, 30. None of these would be necessary. And then I think that's it. It's 30. I need 30 some odd GPIO. Which is unfortunately not going to happen. Unless I can combine other rows and columns, but it doesn't really look like I can. I already combined some in order to make the keyboard the way it is. That's what these 3 are down here. Only 30 GPIO is what I need, and this one has 29. 29? Hey, wait a minute. 29? Oh, that's so annoying. If I change the scheme for the RGB LEDs, I might be able to fit more. Because RGB LEDs are taking up a lot of I/O. In fact, I would need to just completely rearrange the, I mean, it would be 6 inputs minimum. Where did my MS Paint thing go? Here it is. So if it's 21, 22, 3, 4, nah, it doesn't work. So 23 with the S serial clock and serial data, 24 with the backlight, and then if I do an I2C RGB LED, then I could get away with it using just the RP2040 instead of all the muxes. So that's 21 IO. Then everybody gets their own input, huh? You can read all the rows at the same time. That makes it much faster. And this would be 3 more, giving us 24, but then I would need another chip. I wouldn't just be the RP2040 on there. Unless, what else could I do? Column 7 on the keyboard does nothing. Oink. Yeah, why was that? I forget why that was. Column 7 with nothing in it. I think it was wired to the chip. Why is that like that? I thought but I also, 17 and 18, I also connected. Wait, huh? 17 and 18. Oh yeah, that's pins, okay. Yeah, I don't know what the story of 7 is there. I also connected, okay, so 17 and 18 are together. Oh, but that's not column 7. What am I talking about? I'm not labeling the column 7 here. I don't know. Hey, what's up, Madam? Was there something else on column 7? This may not be a complete working document. I feel like something else was going on there. I feel like something else is going on here. Yeah, so this is the old layout. Oh, because I moved them over. That's right. I moved them off of, yeah, these are both connected to column 7, 17 and 18. And so these have been moved over one row. So there is stuff in 7, although that frees out 18. 24 and 25, I know I combined. So I basically, what was left over on this keyboard were remnants of having many, many more keys. This is the 10 keyless. They took their regular keyboard design. They just deleted the number pad, and in doing so, probably opened up this area of keys and this area of keys, and that gave me the opportunity to lower the pin count by smashing them together. I don't know what happened with column 7. I don't remember where we left off on this. Why column 7 is blank. Either way, that'll free up another I/O and then allow me to go directly to the RP2040 the next time I do this. Just make a note of that. RP2040 direct. Uh, 29 IO, and then need so 21 -1 question mark. 21 plus 2 for SDA and SCL. So 21 row column. 2 for I2C plus 1 backlight plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inexplicably RGB num caps. I think the way that they previously did the nums, oh no, the num and the caps lock is powered by that second chip. It's a totally different, supervisor chip. Morning, oh bother. California time. Oh, it's early for you then. Yeah, I start around lunchtime on the East Coast. What's up, Madam? I think I already said hi. So potentially 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which still gets us in under 29. Wait, why didn't that calculation work before? 7 plus 15, 7, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, but 29 if we don't have row 7, which means I can do all this stuff just fine. So I could do RP2040. So that's a big check mark on that. And then, of course, the power button and the USB things are bespoke to the RP2040, so that doesn't take up I/O. So that's totally doable within this scheme. It's a weird scheme, but it works. I just can't believe that code does the PWM separately from the on or off control on the keyboard. It's 2 different activations for the backlights. Are you off by 1 since it starts at index 0? Oh yeah, I am actually, you're right. I'm off by 1, it starts at index 0. You're right. 22. Oh no, so we're not good. I need to come up with a better RGB. That's an X. It's now an X. We really got in there by the wire, and then we got caught on the wire. Disconnecting ET today. Huh? Hey, Proteus. Proteus is subbing for 8 months with a 4-month streak. Hell yeah, brother. Hey, that's awesome. Thank you, Proteus. Disconnecting ET. I don't know what you mean. Oh, the phone home thing. Right. Yeah. No more phoning home. I don't want these things talking to China. That's what all this smart home crap does. I'm not letting those commie bastards into my bedroom. No. I forget what I put in the title, and then people reference the title. That's on me. That's on me. So I would have to save an I/O. I mean, the unnecessary bit of this thing, like this scheme with the transistors allows it to be 5 pins instead of 6. So if I did like I2C, RGB, X2 would get rid of this 5, and then it would equal 87654, 24. $2,410. But that would mean more chips. And the keyboard's going to have a screen, so I could just indicate num and caps lock on the screen instead of with an LED, although I'd prefer it to be with an LED. But there's not much option here for me to get rid of this stuff. Unless I activate it when we're scanning lines. Oh, but those are on that other chip. So I could just hook them up to an I2C RGBW thing and just use that, the WS2812 or something. I don't know if I have any WS2812 chips sitting around. I think I do somewhere. But the problem is these are inherently muxed. Like, this is beyond my control. Hey, what's up, Ace 1234? We have a singular pin problem where this whole keyboard, without the muxes, would take 30 pins to achieve. Even with the -1. That we magically granted ourselves because I don't know what happened to column 7. I do not know what happened to column 7. Also, I don't know what's going on here. Hey, I don't know what's going on there. Some stuff has been swapped in order to make it easier for me to build on a flat plane using the muxes. Does the RP2040 have any non-GPIO pins you could use for any of that? Like hardware I2C? Well, let's see, because if it has hardware I2C, we're in good shape. Test enable, X in, X out, IO-VDD, SW clock, and SW-DIO. I don't know what QPSL is. QSPL, serial clock, and SD 1, 2, and 3. Voltage reg, ADC, AVDD, IO-VDD, GPIO 0. Oh, GPIO 0 indexed. Wait a minute. So we do have 30. Oh God, there's all these little things that are, these little dramas that are coming up. It's not 29, it's 30. Why did my pen size go down? What? Well, because I zoomed in. 30 IO. So 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Not change that number. 30 if we don't use I2C. So without RGBW chips, I don't want to add extra chips, you know. I want to, if I'm going to go full RP2040, I want that chip to be doing all the work on the board instead of other stuff. So, but it looks like we might be able to do it. And if we use one of the other I2Cs, the off-board I2Cs, we're actually just using 28. Yeah, the little drama of one pin here, one pin there. What's up, everybody? Oh, it's all the Rabaz refugees. I see you guys. I see you guys. You are seen. You guys are seen. What's up, ADHD and Uncle Phil? Yeah, stream starts soon. God damn it. I have to explain this every single stream. Every single stream that I do, we have a little bit of time to hang out. You guys should know other streamers, when they have a start soon thing up with like a timer, they're just sitting behind their computers, just heavily breathing into a microphone. They're sitting there. They're doing what I'm doing right now, only I have cameras on when I do it. So I actually put up stream start soon, put a little bit of music only into Twitch and not into the VODs, and then here we go. This is the song that's been stuck in my head for about a year. This is only the instrumental, though. I don't coexist. I don't exist. The breadboard setup, yeah. So this has been an audio mixer. We've been embroiled. If you guys haven't been watching the channel, we've been embroiled in modular synthesizer stuff since a little while ago. I basically was talking to a friend of mine, Julian, and he says, this guy, he says, hey, bother. He used my real name, but he basically said, You can buy the circuit boards for these modular synthesizers, and they give you no information about them at all whatsoever. The creators have said, oh my God, I fucking hate this community. There's so much drama. Everybody has a backstory. I hate it here. I'm leaving. Here's all of my design files. At least one creator did that. The others are just like, oh yeah, just here's the design. And so there's places that sell just the circuit boards, and they say, no matter what happens, don't contact the original creator of the board. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to help you with this project. And I'm like, that is awesome. I love that. So you get the circuit board, and you're like, I know what it's supposed to do, but what chips do I need? So you order the chips, and then you put the whole thing together. It doesn't work. And look online, you find instructions and how-tos and things that teach you about it. But it's all self-guided. I love that. So we got into modular synthesizers for a little while there. I am still working on Burn the Subs. We're working on some stuff that's going to help with Burn the Subs today. We're going to hack some light bulbs, because every single fucking light bulb in the world, all these smart, not light bulb in the world, every single one of these smart appliances, these things, these little Wi-Fi enabled cheap smart devices, phone home. They tell China what you're up to. So we're going to Tasmotize some of these today, and we have to actually physically get into the bulb, because if you don't physically get into the bulb, I'm taking a shit when I have my stream start on. So you're making other kinds of grunting noises. But yeah, so anyway, when we physically get into this bulb, we can reflash it. You can get through to these bulbs over the air. If you buy the right ones, it's easy to do. I didn't buy the right ones. But also, you need like a Linux machine and your phone and just all this stuff. So it's easier for us to just get in here physically. Is it from IKEA? These are from Amazon. I just spent $20 on it. Can't have Winnie the Pooh knowing when what? Can't have Winnie the Pooh knowing when you have the lights on to take a poo. I had to read that slow because for some reason it's like avalanching in my brain. I don't know why I wasn't able to say anything. Weird. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, so it turns out one of the projects that we've been working on, the reason I've got MS Paint up and we're doing all these various artworky sketches, is that I'm determining whether or not this keyboard, the Code 10 keyless keyboard, can be taken over by just this chip. Right now, I'm going to build a flexi PCB. This is a computer printout paper with Kapton tape on it, and I've done all the little openings in order to access pins on the bottom of this board and to measure out whether or not my scheme of doing a flexi board to take over this works. But it turns out I don't need all these, or I just need this and a power supply. So I could drop this somewhere around here and do all of the many, many connections. Probably be better if it was like right here. Maybe I could extend this and do it down and up or over or whatever. But I could do all that stuff, and then I can solder these flexis to where the chips went, and we have just enough pins. We're fully utilizing all of the I/O of this microcontroller. I'm still going to order this because they're $2, and that'll just solve my keyboard woes. But in the future, when I come back to this, if I ever want to do more of that keyboard design, I can do direct to RP2040. They're $1 a chip. Yeah, the flexi board is going to be kind of cool. I've never done one before. I need my seltzer water. I'm going to be desiccated. I'm going to be completely desiccated and unable to speak with you guys. But yeah, we're going to do some easy peasy light bulb hacking today, which means I got to bust these things open. They're all held together with Celastic. I was also showing, for the people who are unfamiliar with Oh Bother content, the wonderful security of the security Torx. Look at this thing. There's no way that anyone would be able to remove one of these security Torx bits, especially not with modern screwdrivers. Then again, all screwdriver kits include security Torx nowadays, but every now and then a producer of a product wants to include security Torx to try to keep you out of their device. The best use of a security bit like this is in something that has a screw-in battery door. If your toy has a battery door that requires me to unscrew something, you put a normal screwdriver, a normal machine screw on that battery door, and then all of your other screws had better be security bits, or I'm unscrewing them with a regular screwdriver. But the thing about security bits is you're just basically communicating with the consumer. You're not supposed to unscrew these, right? Because nature finds a way. you get these beautiful 3 points of contact on these security Torx bits, wielding them completely and utterly pointless. Ain't life grand? You can get a bit of torque on that too. This is the Earth Lurker block. This is from when we were testing Burn the Subs. I had a bunch of scrap materials that I was burning things on, so we got Earth Lurker here. But yeah, this is one of my favorite examples. Man. Oh, I got the seltzer bottle, but I didn't actually drink any of it. Doop, doop, doop. So, that printer. I got the cartridges in. I need to do an ink transfer from the ones that I bought that have ink in them that don't fit. It's actually not that they don't fit. They just don't, they're not recognized by the printer. To be fair, I could probably tape the little chips from them on the top of these and then use these without issue. But the little chip goes forwards, and so it'd probably be hard to access up here. Apparently this is just a vent that opens. More 2D printer torture? Not yet, but I do have the parts to do more. What I need to do is, before I put the ink in there, I need to actually get to the printer head. I need to get to the printer head and clean it off. And I could drill into these and get the remaining ink from them and put them into the new cartridges. I have 2 sets of cartridges, so these are completely pointless except for the ink in them now. I don't want to tilt the printer on its head to clean the head with the ink still in, because the ink tanks have a little air vent that opens at the top. So, and then the new ones that go in just have a little opening in the front for air to get in. Yeah, so the problems with this thing are vast. Every single system involved in the 2-dimensional printing of this thing seems to have failed. It yeets the paper into the back of itself, wrinkling it. Then, when it makes the bend, it's late, and the printer has already started printing on it. And so the print itself is a wobbly mess, and the cartridges don't fit. It's just a big mess, this printer. I got a lot of work to do to get this thing running again. I haven't messed with a 2D printer in a long time. I had a Brother laser printer from a million years ago, very early laser printer, and I literally just kept refilling it with powder. One of the lines didn't work on it, so there was all of my turned-in assignments back in the early 2000s had a line down the center. And then we switched from Windows XP to Windows 7. When we switched from Windows XP to Windows 7, it was such an old printer, they didn't bother making drivers for it. So while it would work if I had switched to Linux back then, it did not work on any sort of a modern, at the time, system. Very, very annoying. Be careful to print away from your face as you're spraying ink. It gets everywhere. Oh, point away from the face. Listen, I'm not unfamiliar with syringes. I know what I'm doing around syringes. But I do need to put down like plastic or something so that I don't get ink everywhere, because inevitably something's going to end up dribbling or spraying and totally ruining my day. I should probably wear gloves when I do it too. I'll treat it like the UV 3D printer. But eventually, the fate of this thing is for me to buy ultraviolet activated ink so that I can print on a 2-dimensional surface. And so we need to make a linear bed, which is easy. You know, I've got stepper motors and I've got microcontrollers. We need to figure out what all of the sensors are for the paper feed, take them over with a microcontroller, give them a logical trigger so that we can then mimic paper going through with a 2-dimensional bed. That's going to be a weird thing to do. I don't know how we're going to be able to do that. But it's something that we've done. It's similar to what we've done before in this hacky space that we occupy. It's not an impossible problem. Let me get this printer more out of the way. There we go. I'm trying not to sound, what are you trying not to sound? I'm trying not to get into sounding. Ah, yes. Don't tell me it's impossible. That will just encourage me to do it more. But I mean, you can actually buy systems that turn your inkjet ink tank printer. There's literally, you can buy a kit for an ink tank printer that does exactly what I described. It takes over all the paper feed sensors, and then it feeds with a stepper motor instead of the internal motors on a linear plane, and you put stuff on that thing, and you can do inkjet prints onto like cell phone cases and stuff like that. You can spend a couple $1,000s and get a printer that does that. This, from the factory, it does that. Or you can spend hundreds of dollars and take over a normal printer, or you can be like me and be too stubborn and think the project is fun and destroy a piece of well, there's nothing really redeemable about a 2D printer, but you can destroy a 2D printer and go through many, many steps in order to have one personally that doesn't even match up to the ones that they sell. Which is what I'm going to do, because it's funny. Yes, sure, yes, sure. Oh, I don't like this beat. This one's a little weird. I'm gonna get away from this one. Well, this one just sounds like a recital. These make a lot more sense if you actually listen to the album with the lyrics and the music videos and stuff. The Aesop Rock Field Guide, Spiritual World Field Guide. It's a good album. Came out in 2020. Can you believe 4 years ago? Oh, wait, I missed a message? Oh, I had my Burger King croissant for breakfast. Man, that would mess with my levels. I had for lunch, I had literally just tuna salad on a bun. Just supermarket tuna salad on a bun, and that was shot my glucose level up. I have insulin in my body. It'll be fine, but yeah. I really want to get to the nitty-gritty of the printer project. I bought this whole thing, and I didn't even need to have... I don't know why I got the one with the fax machine front. I think it was just a really good price on eBay because it was broken. We'll say that. From now on, we'll just say that I got it off of eBay broken for a really good price, because I don't remember what I paid for this. Whatever I paid for it, it was too much, because this thing is currently in a state of being broken. It's really just not functioning. That's what yeah, we'll just agree on that. Well, yeah, croissants they're dense, and they've got all that fat that helps the sugar go down. I used to, when I was working in the city, I would take the train in, and on the way there was a 7-Eleven, and I would grab just like croissant in a plastic thing. Most mornings, it was not good for me. Offset basically the morning croissant, because I typically skip breakfast. I just have a cup of coffee. That croissant probably undid all the benefits of walking to work. 16 units for the croissant witch? That sounds about right. For my body weight, I would have been a little bit more aggressive, but that sounds like you did just good. Oh, you were like 60 when eating it. Oh, man. That's what I mean, man. What I'm saying, when you're low, when you're hypoglycemic, that lizard brain kicks in and goes, body needs food. I need food to survive the wild. And you're like, all right, okay, I guess I'll eat something. And you eat it, and it's like, oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever had. I never knew an orange could taste like that, or, fucking Milano cookies that happen to be in the pantry. And then you eat the whole box, and you go, oh boy, that wasn't good. Security. Guards. wonderful theatrics of security. This is right here, what I'm doing right here is the essence of the Friday stream over here at Oh Bother. The Friday stream being the one where we do something that's a little bit off the normal project list. We try to take something apart. We take something apart and we figure out how it works, and we critique the design. We look at all the individual little decisions that they may or may not have made, and we can apply that to the other projects during the week when we're doing things like designing circuit boards. We can go, hey, I've seen somebody do it like this before, and it's stupid, and I hated looking at it, so I'm not going to do it here, or I am going to do it here. It's all up to your experience, but this helps keep us in the know, these Friday disassembly streams. But the real lesson here is that security is often thwarted by the simplest things, I guess, is maybe what the lesson would be. We could probably think of a better lesson than that. This is the only security torques that I could find. I feel like I must have discarded all the other ones. If I can find more security torques, I'm going to populate this block with them. So we have many examples of security torques and how boldly they fail at their one singular task. Torques, by the way, one of the better fasteners out there, these little nubbleins. Oh, I guess it's magnetic. These little nubbleins provide us with quite a bit of bite for our driver. The driver doesn't cam out because it's not an angled wall. It's a direct torque into the fastener, and it indexes nicely in the many different little facets here. Torques are some of the more superior fasteners. Phillips was designed to cam out at a certain amount of torque, and then it was used everywhere, especially where it shouldn't have been used. Flatheads need no explanation. The screwdriver just leaves, and when it leaves, it scratches whatever you're screwing into. I don't understand how. I mean, I guess there's a particular kind of flathead where everything interfaces really nicely, but our typical machine flathead is a very frustrating screw to use. You have to basically pinch to keep the screwdriver on as you're screwing it. I don't understand how, like Click Spring and all these other machinists, they're like, let's put a flathead there. And then they have their special flathead driver that very carefully screws in the flathead. But the level of messing up that I have seen from a typical flathead, I screw it again, maybe give it a little bit of a turn, and then it goes, and I've basically cursive autographed the thing that I'm screwing into. Ancient schematic books and documents. They've compared us to wizards before, but it's not like we're sitting in a dark basement reading runes. Reading and scribing runes that are only meaningful to people who know our specific language, our codes, our symbols, and then creating technology beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. It's not like that's what this is. We're not wizards. This isn't magic. A treasure troves of things you've forgotten about. I got a couple of those sitting around. I do have more schematic books, more circuit books, I think. There's the Japanese circuits book that we've looked at before. We didn't really find anything worth building. The big book of circuits is great for like inspiration, but a lot of those circuits are like not really thought through, and they require you to have basically a Radio Shack from 1976 in order to get the materials for building them. One of the circuits in that book, in that big book of circuits, was all about a high voltage vacuum tube trigger, which is apparently a component in a nuclear bomb. So whatever lists we weren't on, we're starting to kind of get on those special ones, the ones that are hard to get on. Special Radio Shack parts. God, the life cycle of Radio Shack. When I was but a wee sprite, those Radio Shacks were full of all these fascinating things. First blue LED was $5 for a little tiny LED, and it was a 5-volt LED. It was terrible. And then over the years, it just got less and less organized to the degree where you're digging way behind a drawer full of parts to find something, and you find a weird part that's been taped back shut. It's crazy. Use to sequence the detonations of the implosion trigger. Yeah, that's because you got to trigger a whole bunch of stuff within a millisecond, and it all has to very evenly go off in order to squish and not, you know, you're either squeezing it like a toothpaste tube or you're actually compressing it. That's the whole thing. And so you have to actually compress it, and so you need everything to very definitively go click at the same time. And you can't, there's the simplest ways are the best ways to sequence something like that. It's crazy. Very, very crazy engineering going into that thing. If you know, you know. This song is cool. I feel like doing cool things to this song. Yeah. Of course, nobody watching the VOD and these guys on YouTube, they're not hearing this song. This is Aesop Rock, fixed and dialed instrumental. Sorry, fixed and dilated, sorry. I can still remember the smell of the store. What? Mold? Used to love to hit up the Radio Shack with my uncles as a kid. The guys who worked there were so nice. We had just normal like suburban Radio Shacks, and so there were some cool things there, but it was Radio Shack was always a little bit crappier version of because we had Micro Center right nearby. So Micro Center just blows that place out of the water, especially now that I guess they saw Radio Shacks closing down. They went, you know, these makers people, they have all these products and they're kind of cool products. We should get those in here as like an offshoot of the computer stuff. We can have the microcomputer stuff and the cool robots and stuff like that. So our Micro Center is awesome now. Fry's Electronics doesn't exist anymore. There was a period of time for a couple of years there where Oh Bother coexisted with Fry's Electronics, and we had nigh on the same exact logo. I told myself when I got into this with these streams, I saw a couple. What's up? What? Usually kits from Radio Shack didn't work. There was always defective components. Yeah. Apparently the microphones that they had there would have been great to buy. They had some non-directional and some contact microphone things, and some stuff like some of their phones had the really good Electret drivers in them that are still good today. Those would have been a good thing to buy up when all those Radio Shacks were closing. But yeah, so there was a period of time where both Bother and Fry's Electronics coexisted. When I got into streaming, I took a look at some other channels, and I said, you know what? There's kind of this commonality of the electronics channels where they have these shitty MS Paint like emotes. So 1, got to make my emotes good. 2, got to think of some kind of a unified theme for the emotes. So maybe a mascot. But I really don't want to do something like an electronics component. Push comes to shove, it turned out making an electronics component was the way to go. I didn't want to do that, but doing the chip made it a little bit betterlier. I don't know. It made it a little bit more recognizable as an oh bother thing. And then I need to choose a color theme for all of it. Well, I like the Google blob emotes. Let's go with yellow. And so chip, yellow, face inside. Well, Fry's Electronics apparently long before I ever had that discussion with myself, did the exact same thing. That reminds me, I have to hack my light bulbs too. Tame down the frying currents to something normal. Ah, I see, yeah. Well, we're going to Tasmotize these ones. And I guess the only way that I have available to me is by getting into the light bulb physically. I don't have any other choice. I mean, I don't really have... I guess I do kind of have some Linux computers sitting around somewhere. I could always fire up a Raspberry Pi, but still, it's way easier for me to just get inside and reflash them from the start. Hey, what's up, Kavorka? I have a step-up 120 to 220 AC transformer. Is that 240 on a single pin or on 2 like a baseboard heater? 120 to 220 AC transfer. I used to have one, actually. I used to have a 120 to 220 step up. I used it on that laser, the blue, the Krypton Argon blue-green laser. I would love to resurrect that laser, but I don't know. It's probably full of dust, and it's definitely full of chemicals where if it breaks, you have to call disposal. So, yeah, I have a 220 volt socket sitting behind the mill. The mill isn't 220 volts. I could make it 220 volts at some point, but that is the two phases that come into this house. Because in America, we have 120 volts, and so we do two 120 volts, and across those, you have 240, I guess, from what I understand. But yeah, I don't know. You gotta look up some electrician shit in order to figure that out on your own. I'm not gonna be all these electronics channels. They avoid very clearly take a big step around anything AC. We don't deal with the voltage coming out of the socket because I don't want to give bad advice and get fucking like sued because you blew up. So I take a big walk around the park to get to stuff like AC voltage. And by the way, in this hobby, you will open up a book from the early 90s, late 80s about the basic beginner projects for kids. And you open up the book and it's like Project 1. Take this 10 to 1 transformer and stick the wires into the electrical socket. And it's like, no, you're telling kids to do what? Don't follow these books that tell you to stick wires into the house electricity. If you're starting out with electronics, you really want to go into digital stuff because 5 volts, 12 volts, those are so much safer. No AC, none of this crazy crap, because it takes a little bit more know-how and caution when it comes to mains AC and electrical power levels that can do real work. Stick to the digital stuff and kind of learn the ropes. I don't know why these books are like that. I probably need to like look up a circuit book that actually does that, because my example is probably not common. But I do remember opening up some of these books, and their first project was to make a DC power supply with a transformer. It's like, no, don't do that. We live in a digital age and an age where you can just get like a $2 power supply that you plug into the wall and it has fuses and stuff in it. What about the power inverter welding project? Oh, I mean, I do have a laser power supply that has a bunch of giant transformers in it that we could rewind and make something crazy with, but I don't do stuff with high voltage. Part and parcel because I don't want you guys to emulate me, but at the same time, my real true motivation for not doing high voltage is that I wear my pancreas literally on my sleeve. I have an insulin pump, and I lost it. It's right here. It's right here. That is a little piece of consumer-grade electronics that keeps me alive, and I don't feel like having high voltage coursing through my veins. I have enough trouble getting insulin coursing through my veins, so I'm not going to compromise that. I'm here to see Thomas Alva Edison going bonkers on light bulbs. Goddamn Tesla! I'm gonna kill an elephant at him. No, we're getting into our sawn-off light bulbs here. More MS Paint. Look, we've already the MS Paint can be kind of boring as our napkin for dialing in sketches. What we found out is that my entire Flexi PCB project is probably not a great idea. I could actually implement directly on an RP2040, which, by the way, I don't know if I can afford. Buy a RP2040. I don't know. I don't know if I can afford it. I could hop down to Micro Center and get an RP2040. These are kind of expensive. They're $1. They're $1. Everybody's so coy about giving you a price. Can I just buy the chip? Just the chip. Just the chip. Is that a repeat? Oh, no, it's just a different part of the song. $5.99 from the resellers. But yeah, I could do the whole project just on the RP2040. Not sure if you see my comment on the video. Oh, probably not. I suggest the music LED bulb for this project may be easier. We're not doing this because it's easy. we're doing this because I bought a bunch of cheap light bulbs and I can't stand for them to be without being used. Oh, is that 10 for 5? Oh, never mind. 10 pieces for $5.99. Tempting. It's tempting. I could redo this whole thing and then I wouldn't have the Maxim muxes involved at all. These things wouldn't need to be used. I could just go directly into the RP2040. I don't know. I'm going to order. It's $2.99 for the board. I'm going to order what we were planning to order anyway. Oh, the music's over. That means stream should probably start. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. I am disabling start soon. You don't have to ask me about start soon again. You may now ask me about start soon. No, you can't ask me. I mean, an hour, it's a little bit long, but we still have people arriving. This is about peak viewership, so it does take about an hour of intro. And we had a lot of stuff to do anyway. We figured out a little something about this Flexi PCB that I plan to be ordering soon. As soon as I get through this design on the PCB, I don't know. Maybe I should revisit this. Maybe I should redesign this one. I've designed this already. This is ready to order pretty much. I've even got a meme on it. But it may be overkill because all I need is this. But then I'd have to select the clock and I'd have to select the voltage regulator as well to make it all work. But it would work. It would completely take over this keyboard and it would actually scan the keyboard faster. What I have right now is barely serviceable. If I put a little bit more of it, I put a delay in the program so that the Maxim analog muxes, they're not even digital muxes, they're just parts that I have. The analog muxes can keep up. So the debate with myself is whether or not I want to retool that project to just use the RP2040, and then it would be a little bit more clever of a takeover board. What is toggle lights? It's literally just all of the streaming lights turning on at once, including my desk light. So now, because you had to ask about that, I'm sitting here in the dark. So, you know, fuck you. Like, why did you do that to my stream? You completely ruined. No, I'm just kidding. I hit it again. Right back on. Anyway, so we're doing stuff in relation to what you guys all just saw. Yeah, dark mode. The cameras hate it when all the lights turn off. This is a Stream Deck. Don't ask. Oh man, nobody's gonna get your stupid hackers reference, you dumbass. This is a Stream Deck. The Stream Deck I use with Bar Raider tools. I don't know who this person is, but Bar Raider has these tools where you can toggle things or send HTML to various devices. And so what I've done over the years of streaming is I've hooked up my file server with Node-RED. Node-RED gets these HTTP requests and then it sends stuff out to the various lighting products. So if I want to, I can actually turn off the desk lights with the Stream Deck. What that also enables me to do is have OBS controlling. There's a Node-RED OBS node that communicates with OBS. It does, I guess, HTML stuff. And it will trigger things depending on what scene I'm in. So this light turns off when we go to the face cam so that you guys don't have a light blasting in your face. Cool little integrated stuffs like that. I have a bit of a problem though. I have left stream running many a time where I go and I walk the dog and it's like an hour later and I come back and I look at these three monitors and people are going, well, I guess he forgot to stop stream. That's what the whole purpose of the technical difficulties screen is. I put that up there so that all the microphones are disabled and so that you guys can't see me just masturbating all over the shop when stream is done. That's sort of a built-in protection. I think I need another layer on it, and that would be the advent of an on-air light. And the more automated it is, the better it is. I can make this light turn red when OBS is broadcasting, and then I can have it turn off when it's done. I open the YouTube side tab and I give it an opacity overlay to reduce blue light. That's interesting. Lunatic Live is rating with a party of 17, and I just made the masturbation joke that you guys missed. We're having a Friday stream, so things are a little bit less plugged in. What's up, lunatics? How you guys doing? I've been watching Louie in the background, just like, you know, lurking in the streams, watching things going on. How you guys been? So I've just been explaining to everybody what we've been working on lately. We have the keyboard project that I've designed a flexi PCB for that I think I might be throwing in the trash. These are $2 nowadays. You can get flexible PCBs for $2. But by the way, this is just Captain tape over top of a printout, and that makes a good approximation of what the PCB is going to be. But what I've done is I've used the flexi parts of the PCB in order to interface with the microcontrollers that I have to plug into in order to take over my Code 10 keyless keyboard. The microcontroller on this keyboard is down low, and since I'm down low, I end up spilling liquid on my keyboard, and then this thing completely dies. So while there are people who have taken over these things with QMK with software, the microcontroller's dead. I need to replace it. So I can replace it with an RP2040, which we just discovered we can get 5 for $5. I can make a flexible PCB with just the RP2040 on it. I made one with a bunch of what are called muxes. They're like digital switches, and I don't need those on the board. So maybe I need to redesign this a little bit. But once we got done talking about that, we're talking about what we're working on today. 10 for $6? It was 5 for 5. Well, 5 something something. So yeah, I guess you're right. Or wait, what? 5 for 10 for, what is this math? What's going on? Apparently I can get 5 of them for $5.99. 10 of them for, okay, numbers and me don't get along very well. I can get 10 of these for $5.99. I'm debating on whether or not I should actually do that and then put the chip directly on the board. We have just enough pins to make it work. But anyway, that was sort of the pre-stream discussion, which is why it was, you know, an hour. Oh, and here's the other example that I had. This one's for the 17 lunatics that came in here. This is a security Torx bit, right? This is designed to keep you from unscrewing it. And it does its job very poorly. So poorly, in fact, that it facilitates screwing in. It has these wonderful 3 points of contact on the flathead, and it keeps it in. 510, what's the difference? It depends on how many I can blow up by sending it the wrong voltage. Probably flaked or desoldered from somewhere. Who flaked what? Huh? Yeah, security, this is my best example on stream, and this is the best Friday example, is that a flathead screwdriver can undo security Torx. Why are there things stuck to my screwdriver? Anyway, what we're doing today is tasmotizing some light bulbs. I have this built-in system here that communicates with everything via node red. So when I switch scenes and I go to, those are the procedures, hold on, that's set up. If I go to my face cam, it turns off my light. If I go back here, it turns back on, gives us those 3 points of lighting. I often leave my stream up. I have the cutest corgi in the world. If you need proof, you can join the Discord and look in the pet section of the Discord. It's a section specifically for pictures of animals that you've taken. If you go to the zoo, take a picture of an animal, you can post it in there. If you're on Reddit and you find a picture of a cat, you put that in funny. That goes in funny. But if you're sitting around and your dog does something weird, take a picture, you can put it in that section. That's what that's for. It's just for people to show off their pets. And there's a lot of very cute pets. I have thousands of pictures of this corgi in that channel. After stream, I get to take the corgi for a walk. It's something we share. And so I will forget to turn off stream. I need an on-air light. So using these digital light bulbs, these RGBW digital weirdo things, I can actually achieve, through the integration of OBS and Node-RED, an on-air light. Now, I've wanted to get one of those sort of Art Deco on-air lights. My brother has one somewhere. I need to ask him about it. I got to remember to do that. Say, hey, you know that on-air light that you had that's probably in one of your keepsakes? Can I have it? And he might give it to me. It probably wasn't worth a lot, but you can get one of these Art Deco on-air like lights that you put up on the wall for like $75. I just don't have the extra money to do that right now. I would love to just buy one, and then I could put the digital light inside of that, and it would say on air when it comes on. But in the meantime, I bought just a really cheapo light bulb stand. You know, it's where you'd put your like fancy Edison light so that your apartment can look like, you know, the millennial dream of having wood and weird old-timey lights. But anyway, I can have just this stupid looking light bulb on a stand, and we can have this thing show whether or not I'm on the air. And that way, when I shut down the whole system and, you know, I'm getting ready to turn everything off and leave the room to go take the dog for a walk, I will have a glaring red LED that will tell me whether or not I've done everything I need to do. Engraving plexiglass with the mill and a WS-28. That's boring. That's boring. That's boring. That's super boring. I can do that, and I've done stuff very similar to that, sure. But no. It's either, look, the one that I'm looking at is, let's see if I can pull it up, an example of the on-air light that I would like to have. What is it? Art Deco on-air light. Yeah, something similar to this kind of stuff. I know a lot of people are making them like that. That would be the kind of like the RCA on-air. If this is the site I think it is. Yeah, this is off the wall. Sold. Too bad. But yeah, they pop up every here and there. I should look for them on eBay. It's kitsch, but it would be neat to have. And you know, you can make one and make it all fancy, but I don't need another full project. Get an original one from the 1950s, eBay. On-air light vintage. NBC on air for $200. $227 for a shitty one. $50. $40. That one looks terrible. Terrible. $1,450. Vintage original RCA cast aluminum on-air warning light for studio and soundstage. $1,500. I don't think so. The one my brother had was pretty cheap. It's like wow, there's a lot of these. Commemorate a time of my life when I was broadcasting, so it would be appropriate. But I'm not spending $1,500 on something like that when I could just make it. You know, $1,500 is definitely a breaking point for me to just build one myself and make it look cool. That's a stool, not a chair. When FPGA Nixie tube Pixie display. I have a lot of Nixie tubes. I have a whole bin full of them. I would bring it out, but it's somewhere over there, and I don't know where it got to. I think it's this bin right here. It's full of Nixie tube stuff. And some cool visualization tubes. I have a lot of tube stuff. At some point, we should bring them out and use them for something. But all right, anyway, man, you guys are distracting today. That's good though, because we have a very simple task ahead of us. So I basically want to make this thing the same as these other lights around here. There's a little bit more control to it because we got RGB and W involved in it. But I also need to get them to no longer effing phone home. These things, these stupid, you install their little light control app, you plug this thing in, you give it all your credentials, and then what we found out, at least for the GVM lights, their app makes you connect via Wi-Fi directly to the light. So your phone no longer gets internet. And so you connect directly to the light. You can control it. Wow, amazing, perfect. But after that, we found out that their app also whitelists an email server, which happened to be associated with Chinese propaganda. I am not lying to you. That is what a software reverse engineer that was in chat and decided to take a look at the GVM app told us. Now, that may be something that's inherent to the whatever they created the app with. They may not be aware or in control of whether or not that email server got whitelisted, but that's what we found. This is many years ago when we were looking into the GVM lights. This is another thing that I need to Tasmotize. I know what there's a TXRX packet to the microcontroller that controls the lighting on this thing, right? And that's coming from an ESP8266. So that's easy peasy. That's a slam dunk right there. All we do is reflash that ESP8266 to speak Tasmota, but then in Tasmota, I need to actually have it TXRX, the little packet that controls the light. And then I can have direct control of the light over there. You see, the thing is, Tasmota takes over things like ESP8266s, which are super duper widely populated with these Internet of Things devices. And the Tasmotizing, whatever the hell, there's a couple programs that you can use, but what it is basically a reflash of the microcontroller in order to make the device operate over Wi-Fi, but do nothing else. So I don't want anybody to know that I am using my light bulb in my bathroom. This is an RGBW LED. I don't know what its intrinsic color temperature is. These are Sengleds. I bought a pack of 4 for $20. That's pretty cheap. If you were to go and do this project yourself without, you could probably buy a different one of these. It might be a little bit more expensive. Tasmota has a lot of documentation of the devices that it works with. You could go and buy that product and probably flash it much easier than I am. But what I did, yeah, bothers in the bathroom. Wait 20 to 30 minutes to send the SWAT team. Let everything just kind of mellow out. They know when you are pooping. He knows when you are pooping. So anyway, we can Tasmotize the Singlet LED light bulb. We're doing it the hard way. We're doing it the hard way partially because it's oh bother, and partially because, well, actually this is the second hardest way. I could have just bought the right thing, but I'm dumb. So I bought these. We're gonna flash them. We need to physically get into the device so that we can solder jumper wires onto it and then flash it with Tasmota. So here we go. We're taking apart the light bulb. Oh, this isn't the one that I took apart before. It is. It is? I don't know if it is. I may have just opened one of the new ones. So here's the thing. These bulbs are sealed to keep water out. They're sealed with a Celastic. It's the worst time. He's using chemical weapons. These are sealed with a Celastic, and the Celastic is basically just sort of a rubbery caulk. Celastic is the word when people don't want to say caulk all the time, but I'm going to say caulk a lot today. So they use caulk. They use their caulk in order to seal this thing from water. This bulb very weakly twists locks into the base. So what I did just then was put a lot of pressure on it to basically unscrew it. And the Celastic eventually capitulated. You could probably also pull it straight off because the cams are not that deep, but it's really just supposed to cam into a couple little locks, and that barely holds the plastic dome on. But now there's all this rubber stuff there, so we got to remove all that. I made my own with a pick once, used hot glue to reseal, made RGB fader. Nice. Yeah, so we've done a lot of projects like that before. Tasmota is a neat little system that can build your little light from, like, you can do a custom Tasmota setup. You just put the software on there, and then you determine what the I/O pins are doing. It's very simple. And then you can, what I've done is I've gotten Tasmota nodes for Node Red. And so I can throw those up into a Node Red flow, and I can have actual like smart stuff happen. It's been very useful for turning on and off this light. That light is the one that'll blast out your eyes if I leave it on. It'll wash out all the colors on the stream and stuff like that. So the thing is, in order to Tasmota it's basically just firmware running on the microcontroller. So if you can get access to the programming pins of the microcontroller, you can put Tasmota on your device. And it's just like programming an Arduino. It's just like it. You just plug into the programming pins and you tell it to go, and then it does thing. So that's essentially what we're doing. And then the Tasmotizer, we need to download that. Tasmotizer lets you do the initial setup. So like the SSID and the password, the Wi-Fi, so that when you power it up the first time, you're actually able to just get into it and change the settings as you need. That's all we're doing. Got ZigV Wi-Fi box. I threw Tasmota on it. Still not used it yet, just sitting on a desk. Yeah, my involvement with Tasmota is basically, that's what everybody suggested that I do when I wanted to turn on and off that light. So we got OBS running, we got it hooked up to the Stream Deck, and then through that, I was able to put all of my default settings onto the Stream Deck, so that now the camera calibration is just a matter of me hitting a bunch of buttons. Yeah, this is the part where the bulb is hooked on, basically. And it's not really, this is more like the radome of the bulb. What do you call that? In RF, when you have a cover over something that is transparent to radio, you get to use the word radome a lot. It's a really cool word. I don't know what you call it with lights. This is just a dental scraping tool. I got this as a clay working tool. This is for clay working. Ow! I hit my glasses on the camera. Somebody sitting at a dark computer console. He's pooping. I know it because his light is on. Tower, this is control. Father's pooping right now. It's all electromagnetic. All right. I could spend all day doing this. I need something that's better at cleaning it off. But the point is, this isn't held on very well. It was just a matter of twisting it to get it off. We need physical access to the programming pins, and they're quite deep in this system. They basically built this whole thing around the ESP. That was really dramatic. So the second part of getting into this thing is the part that I haven't quite mastered yet. We need to actually get this part off. This is an interface to the pins, the power pins. At the back of this circuit board, basically it's two circuit boards. One's an aluminum circuit board, that is so that this thing can disperse heat. The other circuit board is just a regular old FR4. It might even be a one-layer circuit board. Presumably we cannot access the programming pins from here. Yeah, we can't. We don't have access to the programming pins from the front. Otherwise, we would interface to those directly. So what we need to do is we need to release the aluminum circuit board, i.e. get rid of all the celastic around it, and this thing tapers down, and the end of the circuit board sticks out of here a little bit. There's two wires. One wire loops in and gets pressed in by these threads, and the other wire is pressed into this top piece here. Those are where the 120 volts come in. So all I need to do is remove this. Yeah, let the streamer do their thing, Pseudo. No, we don't need to Dremel at all. There's also a giant glob of heat interface goop inside of this thing that will mostly remain untouched. We'll just kind of pull this away and put it back. It'll be fine. But what we need to do is we need to pull this directly out. Oh, we don't have that crimping tool. That's not what we're doing. We're just going to put force into the metal and unpluck this thing. So this is where I pinch myself and get a blood blister, because I can clamp like this and then push up on this thing. But if I do that wrong, this thing will clamp closed and destroy my hand. That's going to make it hard to... Yeah, okay, so I have to figure out how I'm going to pull this thing off of the end of the... This is all plastic. I don't think... I might be able to take the force. Or I'll break my light stand, but all this stuff is pretty cheap. We're not Dremeling it, we're just going to try to pull it out. There we go. That's all it takes. A little bit of elbow grease. And you can see that these are the 2 wires that were crimped in. So they're just press fit against the metal. Nope, there's no solder involved on these singlets. Soldering would be expensive. So now I got to remove the Solastic from the front, and we can get this thing out of here. Heat the bottom. Stop talking about what you don't know. What's your guys' problem? There's no solder. I got it out. It's fine. Jeez. You could call my hands big all day. I'll take that. So this is just held with Solastic. And not a lot at that. It's just the leftover Solastic from the top piece. All I need to do is just kind of make sure that it's got a clear path out. So here's a little bit of it right here. This is definitely holding that aluminum PCB in, but that's where the clay working tools really come in handy. It's all just different types of clay. So I'm just going to scrape that out, and then we'll press from behind, and that should work out the rest of this stuff. Let's see, is there anything else? Nah, it looks like we're mostly in the clear, as long as this stuff capitulates. So I should be able to just press on the back and pop this sucker out without too much force. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll press down on the table. This. Problem is, this is sharp. This edge is like hurting me. Go with the brute force method. Ah, jeez. Okay. Not cooperating, huh? We got something for people like you. Light bulbs like you. I don't think the Solastic is doing anything. And it's not physically held in place. So it's probably just a matter... Oh, there might be another piece underneath. That may be what I'm fighting. It might be the Solastic is under there. If I could maybe get a pin tool around the perimeter, that's not really necessary. I do sometimes use this pin tool. X-ray wouldn't really help us because this is shielded. It's got, I think it's metal. I don't think that, yeah, it's got a metal rim around the outside. They use that as a heat sink. Oh, you mean the X-ray hammer? No, mine's the American nut fucker, otherwise known as, where is that? Is it still down here? Here it is. It's my buddy. High-speed linear motivator, otherwise known as the American screwdriver. And I had the anode and cathode marked on this thing, but the labels have come off. But yeah, this is British nut roundener. But I don't need that right now. That needs to be outside of the tool chest. There it is. That's where that lives. All right, how do we do the other one? The other one we got, this is the part that I forgot how I did. There we go. All right, so just a little bit of brute force. And then on this thing, we need to pop out the metal piece. All right, we got to get this thing out of, getting a, this is the same as getting a broken light bulb out of a socket. You ever have to do that? Get a broken light bulb out? It is not a fun task. At least we don't have broken glass to contend with. So that, I believe, would be just a job for a hole punch. I bought the hole punch kit. I'm going to use the hole punch kit, okay? You know, you buy the Starrett punch kit, and everything looks like a punch suddenly. It's a job for a punch. Nothing is soldered. We have not encountered anything that's soldered yet. Insulated needle nose. Smaller than that. I love these things. It's such a specific Oh, I didn't even really need to touch that. The short one goes to this nub, and the long one goes to the ground on the outside. Around the outside, around the outside. Okay, so that just fell apart. So that's ready to go. I didn't need the punch. Everything, I have to use these. I have to use them. I spent so much money on them. It's like $60. But they're not needed anywhere. I've lived my life up until this point without a punch kit. All right, so we have eviscerated the light bulb. It no longer has any of its stuff inside. Its guts and its sinew are all sitting out on the desk, laid bare for the rest of us horrified onlookers to witness. Actually, I don't know what I got. I don't remember. I quoted 60 just out of nowhere. What is the... Let's actually, I can see what I paid. Okay, hold on. Orders. Punch kit. I think I single-handedly have funded one of Bezos's rockets. 9 pieces, automotive, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's not the right one. Those are the cheapo roll punches. That's what, $8? No. Star it. I need to search Star it. Oh, maybe I didn't order them from Amazon. On Amazon, the Start punch sets are like 60. The deep ones that I think I got, yeah, 57. Okay, so yeah, it was 60 bucks. That was 60 bucks for one part of all of those. And then the other part of those was probably another 60, but it wasn't started, it was cheap. Yeah, for the really deep ones that are like really well made. That's why I went with the name Start. It's a good place. They make good stuff. All right, so we're doing the first one, and we have a capacitor sitting right in the way. That's just annoying. Look at this. Those are the programming pins. The RX and TX are there. Ground is there. That's pretty much all I need to access. So technically, I could probably solder in place. Alternatively, I could remove the entire module, which I think is what we're going to do. We're just going to remove the entire module. We got 4 of these things to hack, so I'm going to need to, I could maybe make a jig, or I could just get the wires that I need to solder down. But if we remove the module from the rest of this thing, that'll make our lives that much easier. And I think desoldering braid might be enough to just remove all of the connections that it has. So I'm going to use a vise. You don't need a precision desktop vise to hold something down with a weightier object. All you need is a weightier object in which to hold something down. So if I didn't have this vise, I probably would have some other iteration of a circuit board vise. But what I do is I attach the circuit board to this, and now it doesn't swing around as easily. It's easier for me to maneuver around. So soldering iron, maybe not this tip. Let's get the big boy on this one. We need a big brute force soldering effort here. So let's throw this back over here. Ooh, it smells funny. I haven't powered up my soldering iron in a couple of days. How weird. How strange. So this Mama Jama is going to heat up very quickly. It's probably already at soldering temperature. Just give it a swipe on the dry sponge. Make sure that's clean. Do I need to refresh the solder? I'll get some solder over here to refresh it a little bit. It gets a little bit of flux from the rosin core and just a little bit of newer solder in there. Now, we have a capacitor that's right in the way. That capacitor right there is at risk with me wielding this giant soldering iron. So we got to be careful of that. Oh, this solder immediately capitulates. Okay, that is an immediate reaction. I'll put a little bit of extra solder in here just to get it up to my alloy. I always wonder what it takes to put all these capacitors in designs. You guys saw my designs. I don't have a lot of capacitors on there, and I don't know where to use them. Maybe that's more of that knowledge of interference and E&M coming into play that I don't really have. our method is going to be to build the damn thing and then see if it gets noisy. And then from there, I guess we add capacitors. The orientation mark is going to be the giant fucking antenna that sticks out of the front of it. This is a bespoke module that has very easy to identify features. There we go. This is not symmetrical in any way. All my wires are all tangled up in each other, moving stuff that I shouldn't be moving. This is visual ASMR, soldering stream. Be gone. Be gone? Be gone, module. Huh, I guess it's a tighter interface than I thought. Is there still surface tension on that? On one of the connections. Not on all of them. That right there. But it didn't move. Why aren't you moving? We may have to just hit them both with the soldering iron in order to get it out. Let's just double check here that there's nothing else holding it in. No, it's just the solder connections. Oh, no, wiggles. Perhaps I've wiggled you too much. Perhaps I've misjudged you. For you see, we all wiggle in our own way. It is just a very tight fit. All right, there's our module. So here's the ESP module that's doing all the work. All this stuff is just voltage regulating, and then 2 LED drivers are sitting behind all this gunk here, dumping all their heat out to here. So now we can get to this thing, and in order to program it, I'm just going to use my normal Arduino programming stuff. I'm going to clean up these scraped pins just by wiping solder across them. How much did I damage them? Let's just make sure they're still, the tabs are still tabs. Oh yeah, they just have a little tiny bit of solder on them, that's all. It looked like they were all ripped up from the other view. I guess I could go with the solder braid on these again and clean them up so that this will plug in a little better. But okay, so we need TX, RX, power, and then ground. So 3v3, TX, RX, ground. Easy does it. Now, in order to interface with this, I am going to use a normal FTDI chip. And I actually have an FTDI branded chip because I come from an era where there was a bunch of controversy around the FTDI chip. The FTDI chip is a virtual COM port in a chip. So what it does is you plug it into USB on your computer, and your computer goes, ah, I know that thing, and then it makes it into a COM port. We don't have COM ports anymore. We used to be a society. We live in a society. We used to be a country around here, and we had COM ports on everything. And COM ports were these big DB connectors that had a transmit and a receive and some other handshaky pins to it, and it outputted 5 volts. And oh, it must have been so great to be into electronics back then, because you could just go into a Windows console and tell it to communicate with something. Well, that's not the case anymore, but the microcontrollers took a little while to catch up. Only just in the past, what, 5 or 6 years, have these microcontrollers started to integrate USB directly into the chip. They don't do that. What used to happen is you would have this FTDI chip that you would buy, and you'd hook that up to the microcontroller, and then that could do all that COM port nonsense, the sends and receives and the resets that would allow you to program the microcontroller. FTDI knew this, and they knew exactly how they knew exactly how important they were to electronics, and they decided to make their one chip cost $14. $14 for one chip. So places like SparkFun that sold a lot of Arduinos went, what are we doing here? Why are we doing it like this? So they split the chip off of everything else. And so you have your little virtual COM port TX-RX board that is just a selective breakout of that chip. And then you have a bunch of microcontrollers that you can plug into and program. That's really where I cut my teeth in microcontrollers. And so I have one of these devices. After 2 incidences, yeah, well, just generally their overarching greed. So there was a Chinese chip that you could get drivers for, and it was the shadiest website in the world. That was a cheap FTDI, but nowadays everything just says USB. So this is less common, the type of flashing that we're doing, but it is something that I'm very familiar with. Sorry, I'm burpy from a tuna salad sandwich, apparently. So I need to find my FTDI chip. It is in one of these drawers. Let's take a look. Oops, that's the wrong camera. One of these doohickeys, one of these drawers full of stuff, full of weird stuff. Yeah, here's a bunch of programming interfaces. It should be right here. There's an alternative FTDI. Where's the one I like? There should be one that already has a USB cable on it. I think it's just right here. I just need to fish it out. There it is. There we are. Used to be a little, one of those retractable cables. So it's a real thin cable. Don't need a lot for microcontrollers. But yeah, this is just a little board that contains the virtual COM port chip, a couple LEDs to let you know that it's communicating, and a patina. Oh my God, when did it get this patina? What voltage are we at here? This would be a 5-volt one. I try to very clearly label these. I don't know where this one came from. Let's get a different board because we're 3 volts. We don't want to hurt this thing. I had something. No, I don't do a lot of stuff with PICs. They were really expensive because you needed that $300 board to program them. Probably don't need that anymore, but clearly labeled 3 volts FTDI. This one's in slightly less patina on this one. These are pretty old, but they still work. You got to be careful when plugging these things in. The USB Mini suffers from the shroud not being properly soldered in. So with Micro, I think the smaller one of these, you can sometimes go to plug it in the first time, and the whole connector will just pop off. And sometimes it'll take pins with it. What's up, Pyro? I stole jailing from my old job. I didn't ask for it back, so I didn't say I had it. Nice. But with these, you have a different unique problem. With the slightly larger ones, the ones that are very long since hopefully phased out, every now and then you find one. The thing about these is when you plug them in, if there's a lot of resistance, sometimes it'll push the pin back. And if it pushes that 5-volt pin all the way back, it can run into the grounded shroud, and you have an instant short. They uploaded a driver to Windows that bricked all the fake FTDI devices. What? Ooh, that was kind of tough to plug in. This specific connector doesn't have this shroud behind it, so you'll be able to see if it pushes the pin out. Okay, so with this, we have, and again, SparkFun tried to solve things they probably shouldn't have stuck their hand into. You have RXI and TXO. They added a letter to RX and TX to tell you that this is receive in and transmit out. They basically just added another layer to the obfuscation cake that is TX and RX. I don't have a solution for TX and RX. I really don't. You can put on your device, if you can't reconcile TX and RX, you can put a cluster of 2 0-ohm resistors that you can put in vertically or horizontally, depending on which TXs go to which RXs. There's a way to design that into a board, just in case you're confused. But TX and RX is very confusing. It's like, does TX go to TX, or does TX go to RX? Or does this RX go to RX or TX? So yeah, anyway. Why does it have a piece of Captain tape on top? That's how the part comes in. the actual connector part has this piece of Kapton tape on top of it, probably to shield from solder. I'm not too certain. Maybe because there's the potential to drip solder when soldering the big tabs, or it's just to keep dust out in shipping. It's something that comes from the factory, and then SparkFun didn't bother to remove it. So, and then I also didn't bother to remove it. So we need to interface with this thing. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's a suctionable surface for a pick and place. That makes more sense. Do we use this wire? I don't know if I want to use this wire. This stuff is kind of a little annoying to work with. It's not as easy to strip as the easier to solder. This is a special like patch wire solder or patch wire. All right, and I need pins. Where are my pins? Pins? Hello? Pins? Pins. Usually they're within reach. Got my pins. Push a driver which replaced the transmitted values with not a genuine FTDI. Not funny when the other side isn't programmed to handle that. Yeah, that's kind of shitty. Little espionage-y. A little bit not something they should be worrying about. Boo-hoo, they're not buying my $14 chip. They've found other ways, like having USB go directly into the chip. Boo-hoo-hoo. Okay, so now we have pins that we can solder to. And we're basically just going to reuse this for each one. Now, if I had a fleet of these things that I had to be doing, I would make a pogo pin setup where you could just push this thing down onto something and all of the pins would be properly connected. That's a job for a piece of perforated prototyping board. That's a good job for that. But I think it's just going to be easier for us if we just soldered the individuals. And I'll just do it from this header. Would brick a fake FTDI by setting their USB identifier to 0, which caused it not to work. When was that? Yeah, I could actually wire wrap these, but I'm just going to solder them. We'll just solder a couple little pieces of wire, and then that's that. We don't need to make a whole meal out of this. I don't really know how to work this stuff, this new kind of wire. It's got kind of a waxy coating on it, and I can't pinch it with my nails, with what little nail I have. It doesn't melt with the soldering iron, though, which is kind of nice. I guess I'll hold this in the vise for now. Okay. Having wire cutters sitting around open on the desk is always a little weird, because there ends up being like a wire that goes into the wire cutters, and you're like, all it would take to ruin that USB cable is me squeezing this part right here. "2015 is when that happened. I don't know. That was right before I started streaming, in which case I was doing a lot of stuff with programming and FTDIs. So I don't know how I avoided that, or if maybe I was even affected by it and I didn't know. Actually, let's keep the big tip on. We're going to be doing big tip soldering. So when I solder a header, I always plug it into something. That way, excuse me, that way you bleed off the heat and you keep the connector aligned. Because these connectors are built to be cheap, right? They may not be cheap when you buy them, but they're built to be very, very cheap. The headers and connectors that you will be soldering and stuff like this. In being cheap, they don't use a really good thermoplastic on them. So when you solder to them just out of the blue like we are right now, it ends up melting the case a little bit. And actually, I was a little too close to the iron on that, especially with this giant iron. It's hard to get it right. So I plug it into something else, and that way, not only does it keep alignment, but it also, the heat dissipates out into the thing you've plugged into. and it gives you just a little bit more inertia. Now, what wires do we need? That's the next part that I need to look at. Maybe we should have done it from this side. We are going to need GUND, GND, ground. Oh, we didn't, it looks like this side didn't get solder. Let's give that a little bit of that. Probably should pre-tin this, it'll make it easier. That way we don't have to subject the header to a lot of heat. If I put a little bit of tin on the wire already, now it's just solder to solder. Everybody's already bonded. It's a little bit of an excess of solder, but I'm not really going to worry about it for too long. I'm going to get another wire. I'll cut these all to even length when the time comes. What the? What the? How did I strip this thing? Oh, you cheeky bastard. Yeah, this stuff is like waxy, so it's kind of hard to grip. I don't know. This stuff versus my beloved wire wrap wire. So we need 3 volts. So CTS and then 3V3 is here. That's labeled 3 volts on this board, but there's a jumper on the back where I can select 5 volts. Why would you have that labeled? Yeah, Microsoft should have received a little bit of hate from that, huh? Kill my AVR because I wanted to set a register during debugging. Input switched to low. Pulled hard to +5. Isn't nice. Oh man, I don't know how people don't run into a lot of problems with the ATtiny high voltage flashing. You put 12 volts into your chip in order to assert a reset on an I/O pin. What, you talking about Stuxnet now? I remember when that stuff dropped. That was a hell of a hack. That was the programmer itself was made to look like nothing was wrong. Your IDE said nothing's doing. And yet, when you program a specific PLC, it'll then blow up your ability to, what, centrifuge nuclear material? That doesn't really look very aligned, does it? It's very clunky soldering with the giant tip. I'm only doing it because we need it again later. I don't want to swap tips all the time, but maybe I do need to swap tips. Yeah, I need to swap tips. This is very unelegant. Yeah, Stuxnet was insane. It was on every single USB thumb drive. And so they were like, because I was working for the government at the time, and they were like, oh, maybe you guys don't use thumb drives anymore, okay? We're like, what? What's going on? Every single USB thumb drive was infected with Stuxnet, and it was targeting a programmer for a programmable logic device. So basically, very similar to the microcontroller stuff we're doing, because apparently in order to create fissile nuclear material, you need a lot of centrifuging going on. And these centrifuges have to be, for some reason, checked and reprogrammed. And so, knowing that they were checked and reprogrammed with USB devices, they were able to hack the program that programs, that you program the things in, right? The program you use to program the PLCs. And they made it look like nothing was wrong, but when it came to compiling, it put in something that broke, essentially, the centrifuge. And all these security experts had absolutely no idea what the hell Stuxnet was doing. And then suddenly, hundreds of units went down in Iran. Crazy stuff. That is a very high-level hacking attack. All this stuff is on the Wikipedia article for Stuxnet, by the way. Simple, simple. Simple as. We got our TX and our RX. Our industrial washing machine and paint. What is that? Cabine was affected too? Oh my god. So it wasn't just any industrial machine that's shaking its booty around. No party time. These are extremely flimsy. They will, in a couple of bends, as little as a couple of bends, they can become disconnected. So I do want to be careful not to like flex them around. If we did actually do wire wrapping, where you wrap it around the pin, that's much more sturdy. This will probably be fine. As long as I don't pull them out by trying to strip them. I do not know what the trick is to stripping this stuff. I think it's between sizes is my problem. I can't for the life of me get this thing to fucking strip. There we go, that's one. Yeah, I don't like using my teeth anymore. I used to always use my teeth. But with this stuff, this is like the waxy, heat-resistant stuff. It's a weird kind of material. See, I crushed that one down, which is really bad because that flexes at 90 degrees. These are solid cores, so specifically Siemens Step 7, which is PLC programming software that the Iranians happen to be using on their nuclear centrifuges. Ah, piss. This thing tried to remove a pin. That'll also happen. You don't want to put too much force into this, and since this is a very flimsy setup I'm setting up here. Come on, man. Jeez. That thing fought. All right, so wire strippers are a lot cheaper to replace than teeth. Yes, that's very true. Oh, it's further down than I thought it was. There we go. All right, let me just tin these. Every time I use those, every time a line from one of these Aesop Rock songs, an old one, pops into my head. I don't know why he said it. Maybe he just thought it sounded cool, but he says wire cutter pliers in one of the rhymes, one of the flows. So every time I use my wire cutter pliers, I'm always reminded of that. Every time. Wire cutter pliers. It's like, damn it, can I have one thing? Okay, so now we can just solder to these points. And I don't care about soldering to these test points because they don't touch anything. And I only need these, so I have no qualms with getting a little bit of solder on them. Where's TX and RX? That's ground. And then, which one is which? I don't know if we're going to be resetting this thing. I don't know if I need to send that. I got the ground wire wrong. That's IO0 and IO2. Do we need IO0 and 2? Hold on a sec. Let's look that up. I think I might actually need that. Nope, just ground TX, RX, and power. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. What are you guys saying there in chat? Hold on. Yeah, I had a wire wrapping stripper. I've put it away, further away than just this drawer right here. It was pretty good. I also have the original Radio Shack wire wrapping tool. This thing is awesome. I bought this specifically. I actually bought it on Amazon, and they sent it in Radio Shack packaging. But in the hilt, you actually have a wire wrap stripper. So I could probably use this to do that stripping that I was just doing. But it's a hassle to go and get it. I looked at my documentation. The first FTDI incident was sometime in October of 2014, the second in the middle of 2016. I don't remember whether or not I got a call to not plug those things in the way that I was. I think I just got away with, because I had an original FTDI. I don't think I encountered the rip-off ones until after all that stuff was fixed, I think. So I guess I just got lucky in buying the slightly more expensive stuff back when that was all we had to, or all we could. Back when we had to. There we go. Micro spring arm. I'll just desolder the I/O pin that we don't need. Don't get confused. Desoldered. Now let's get a little solder on ground. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good question. Do the fakes still have issues? I've used the fakes since then, so I don't think they do. Unless my drivers suddenly update and all my stuff goes foobar. I mean, I would think that you're not allowed to do that. Like, you get into significant amounts of trouble with the USB coalition. Otherwise, you would have fucking wars between manufacturers about their devices working and not working. Like, you plug in a Logitech controller and all of your, like, I don't know, Mad Catz controllers stop working. That seems like it's a little bit illegal on different levels. I'm just going to cut the excess. I really don't have to. I'm just being neat with it. I'm being neat and tidy. Did we pre-tin these yet? So, I mean, if you know soldering, tasmotizing something is fairly easy. This one's ground. All we need to do is just solder the different wires on, get the program up, plug it in, Bob's your uncle. Now these are I think what's called Tuya based. And with the Tuya based stuff, oh my God, my dog is just barking at everything. All right, this is RX in, so this one goes to TX. This wire is not very flexible either. Oh my God, why is she's so crazy about barking right now? Something's out there. She thinks she has to protect the whole house. That's what she does when we're hanging out and there's like other dogs hanging out. What she'll do is she'll sit in the perimeter of the pack of people and look outwards to protect us from anything. Right now, she's going crazy. Probably the mailman. Mail lady. The male person. The female person? Wait a minute. Oh, that's very wrong. What I've done is very wrong. As you can see here, figure 1. Let's go ahead and sever this one. That's not supposed to go there at all. Where'd everybody go? I guess I put my head down to work and everybody fled. Maybe they're reading about Stuxnet. There you go. Yeah, I could make this into like a clip-on jig, but I only have 4 of these lights, so doing this 4 times is going to be fairly easy peasy for us. Okay, so there's that, finally. Nice and easy interface. Anyway, TX to RX, blah, blah, blah. We go over here and we look for the tasmotizer. The tasmotizer. It's just a little program that's going to help us flash this thing without too many tears. Wait, what is this? Yeah, Windows standalone executable. There we go. 1.2 latest in the releases. 1.2 x86.exe. Open that up. Open that up. Run. And then a command prompt flashes up very, very quickly. Now we get the full Tasmatizer right here. And I can go to select the port, which I haven't plugged in yet, so I might as well plug it in now. I've got a little plug over here that I can use. Hopefully it's not too far away. Bada bing. Nothing going on over there. I see activity on the TX and RX. Refresh. No, we're not doing this right now. Only TX and RX is flashing constantly. Try unplugging the device quickly and assessing over here. So that turns off. I hit refresh. Oh, there's the COM port. So I think I plugged in something wrong. Because when I plug this thing in, this is turning off. RX in, going to, oh, TX and RX are flipped. Of course they are. I did some searching for the RP2040 keyboard. It seems you can get a couple more GPIO from the QSPI pins if you use slower flash access, which is dual IO instead of quad. Huh. I don't need to, though. We looked at it. I've got enough pins. I can use the regular old IO. And it's not like, you know, we don't need super duper speed. We're interfacing with a human. So, yeah, slowing down would be an option. Oh, yeah, I should probably unplug this when we work on it. RX in goes to RX. Whoops. Of all the things to do. Of all the things to do, you got to do the most common mistake, which is swapping TX and RX. So let me just grab this and reposition it. All the things I could have did. Simple ways. How's everybody's Fridays winding out? I don't know. All right, there's TX and RX on the proper pins now. Now, I don't know why this thing powered out when I plugged it in. 3v3 going to 3v3. Ground going to ground. RX in. Oh, wait a minute. RX in, what? Huh? TX out. TX. Ah, damn it. I had it right the first time. I hate that TX and RX are dependent on the point of view. Yeah, if, you know, other serial systems have gotten it right by calling something a data line and a clock line, or they could call it, you know, it would be, you go symbol to symbol, not symbol to, like, result or whatever. Calling it in and out is kind of a mistake. It makes it more confusing for everybody. Making pretzels for lunch. How dare you? A pretzel nearly killed my father. I had a terrible glucose day yesterday because of pretzel bun. TX out. This is that SAT problem where you have to follow the wires. That's what they're testing, that you can do basic tasks like this. And the answer is, I can't. Can't do basic tasks. TX out, RX in. Okay, that is the way that it should be. Just got new MK4s at a makerspace, looking towards helping building them this weekend. That sounds like a lot of fun. I love building stuff that has instructions. Remember when we did the RC car? That was blissful. We had instructions to follow, and I followed the instructions, sort of, and I had an RC car in the end. It's almost better than having the thing that you're building is building it. You can just turn your brain off. This supposedly should work. Bada bing. Oh, there we go. Calm down a little bit, and we're only doing little bursts of packets. So on the Tasmotizer, I have COM3 selected. Let's see, what are we doing? We're selecting an image. Click open. Release. Tasmota.bin. We're just doing the normal bin file. We're not doing anything experimental. And then I can actually change the configuration. Self-resetting, Node MCU and Wemos. No, that's not what we have. Where is the configure, though? Is this a different version? This must be a different version that doesn't have a configure on it. Oh, no, send config. Yeah, okay. So SSID, Glorious PC Master Race, Dead Beef. You guys can know my Wi-Fi credentials if you're ever close enough to get into my Wi-Fi. I remember there was a big controversy before where, you know, like some of the people in my chat were like, did you know that all the SSIDs of Wi-Fi's are known? And I'm like, yeah, public Wi-Fi, right? Like this is the Wi-Fi that I use here. You will not be able to get it even outside of this house because I know I leave the house and I still try to use the Wi-Fi and it doesn't really work. This program looks like a keygen. It's very reminiscent of that sort of thing. Yeah. So me giving you guys my Wi-Fi information is not going to net you anything. You could try to war drive. You will simply drive by. Like, I think I found it. No, never mind. We looked up the SSID, the glorious PCMR. It's somewhere in Ohio. Like, I know your local IP. Oh no, 192.168 has been compromised. So the topic, we're gonna make this, well, I guess test light topic. No, but this isn't the test light. This would be, we're gonna call this Bulb1. The friendly name is Bulb1, capital B. Bulb1 and 148 is not the IP address. Where did I leave off with the Tasmota lights? I think that was game light. It's like 2.10 is the shop lights. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 is the desk lights, by the way. I can turn on and off the desk lights by hitting that button. I think 16 and 17 are taken. Yeah, 18 is the VR lighthouses. That's the other lighthouse, near and far. 2.20, are we on 20? Okay, I guess this is going to be 20 to 24. Although 20 to 24, let's check the... I have these plug switches that I've been using for like plant stuff. There we go. These are... Oh, these are 20 to 24. So 25 to 28 will be these lights. These are 2.25. Actually, I need to set that up in the thing, don't I? I need to rewatch Lighthouse. I don't know. I didn't get as much as everybody else did out of it. Module template. I guess I can't send that. Well, it's got Wi-Fi. It's got MQTT set up. Recovery Wi-Fi. I guess it's going to do a normal A1, B2, C3, D4. Huh, interesting. And then the module template, it's not letting me do. So I guess I just have to save that. Tasmatize. And then what we should see is a flurry of RX and TX from here. I'm not seeing, oh, there it goes. Like, hey, man. Hey, you there? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. You there? I may need to hook up something else to get it to like restart properly. What if I unplug it and plug it back in? Oh, failed to send to ESP8266. So I'm going to go Tasmatize, and then I'm going to unplug this. And I'm going to quickly plug it back in. Oh, no, cannot configure. Something went wrong. Okay. I think I need a reset on IO 1 or 2. I don't know which one it is. So Tasmota /FTDI, and we'll just look at images. IO 0 needs to be connected to something. TXRX, Tasmota to Sonoff. What do we do with IO 0? I guess I'll have to read. Control F, but not a lot. I'm not going to read a lot. Preparation, foundation on. No. Yeah, I'm just going to read IO. Yo. Okay. I think you have to hold down IO 0. I think that's what's going on. That's not in English. Yeah, there's some way to get it into flash mode, I think, that I didn't do. U0R, IO 0 jumper to ground. There we go. Okay. So we need another ground connection on this thing, and that needs to go to IO 0. We did actually need that. So we'll just get another little piece of wire. We'll disconnect this. Oh, geez, that is not a loose connection. Probably where wire wrapping would be a little bit more sensible. Yeah, I didn't like having those valve lighthouses bathing me in infrared at all times, so I decided to put them on some of the controllable switches so I could turn them off. That said, I need to go back into VR. I still have to finish Alex. It's a really fun game, but I just haven't had the VR time. I wanted to figure out applications with VR, like if we could get our 3D modeled parts into VR and actually like mess around with a product or a design in a virtual realm. You see why we do that tinning? It makes so much more of a difference in soldering these things. I'm like struggling with it right now. It's not tinned. Ah, bastard. Cheeky bastard. I'm supposed to have like a blob of solder on there that makes it a little easier, but I guess this will do. Did that even? That did not even. Oh my God, now that the dog has been locked out of barking, my phone starts buzzing at me because people are coming and going in the front door. I have motion alerts on just because I'm down here in the basement. So if I'm down here alone, it's good to know if there's activity upstairs. in case the monsters get here. All right. So the tweezer is just to hold these two together, so I can get 2 ground connections on this thing. So now, with IO 0 grounded, supposedly when this thing boots up, it'll be in a programming mode. So I can go back to the Tasmotizer that I've yet to close, and we can plug this thing in the USB. Geez, that is a tough cable. Probably because there's so much corrosion on it. We're still COM3. We've got release 14.4.1. I have my configuration in here. I can now Tasmotize. And we see activity on the RX and TX LEDs. I always love having a good TX and RX LED. It always shows you that stuff's going down, even though it's flashing at a rate that is useless to human eyes. More things need TX and RX LEDs. We've lost our way as a society. Moreover, we've just kind of lost our TX and RX LEDs. So the device that I have, well, we'll do that in just a second. All right. No, that thing's getting kind of warm, isn't it? Guess it's okay. And then I'll just please power cycle the device. I'll do that. Let's power cycle it. And then send the config. Boop. Dead beef 2.25. Let's just check to see if it's 2.25. 192 wants to say 2.25 is not up yet. It is not woken up yet. All right, so I'm going to send the config. 2.25. Save. Device will restart. Are you sure? Are you fucking sure? All right, so I'm going to unplug it and plug it back in to 3 volts. And then we'll go in there and we'll see if it works. I miss modem lights. Yeah, I know, right? Like, we need more, like, the machine is thinking. You know how computers used to buzz and click and a whir, and you would do a command and everything would spool up? The only thing that happens now is my fans, which are badly designed, spool up when I click on a web page. That's all I get now. Oh, with IO 0 grounded, I think I need to unground IO 0, don't I? So let's unplug, unground. Plug it back in. This is just before we seal it up into the device to make sure that it's working. Where's my web page? Where's my internet? 192.168.2.25. I should get a Tasmota landing page, and I'm not. You insert a floppy disk and just to hear the cacophony, is that what you use? Yeah. No, hear a symphony of buzzing and beeping. Yeah. Floppy disks have these wonderful. Run an LLM locally so you can hear the GPU spin up when it's processing a prompt. That's you get all 75 fans coming up to life. I need to go into my router. Oh God, I fucking forget all this one. I think it's oh, I got it right. Aha. Oh, I need to look at about 1,000 wireless devices now. Clients, 1 million of them. 10, 11, 12, 15, 17, 18, 19, and then 118. Okay, so that's gone wrong. Tasmota 025B 2.173. It must have assigned its own IP address. So what I'm going to do is go to 192.2.173. Sonoff basic module, Tasmota. And I think that's this one that we just did. So in MQTT, it probably has, yeah, it doesn't have, it has the wrong, oh wait, that's all the, that's supposed to be the That's not the IP information. That's actually supposed to be the node red. So it's 2.220 and then 1880 is the port. 168.2.220 and 1880 is the port. And we leave all that stuff the same, save that. Main menu, device will restart. So this is just this little thing sitting on my desk is what I'm looking at. I got the Jerobeam floppy for Xmas. Clicking it into the drive is super fun. That sounds fun. Flatulent Gonad, you guys see in the chat often, has an entire organ made out of floppy drives. It's its floppy organ. I've seen network ports that have activity lights that slowly blink instead of actual showing true activity. Yeah, it needs to be like connected to it so you get that frenetic light show. You need the visceral, like, blah, 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 blah. The overwhelming bleeps and bloops. Okay, so everything should be okay here. It doesn't know what it is yet. So if we configure the module, we can choose what it is. Now, what we are is a Sengled, but if I go to, where's the Tasmota list of Tasmota devices? And we are a light and LED. Everything that's supported is on this. It's a really good repository, but we are a Sonoff. Not strip. Lights and LEDs. Bulbs. Oh, there we go. Sonoff. Not B1. These are all the same products, though. What? What do you mean it's not on here? Oh, this is Sengled. Sorry. Sengled. RGBW bulb. I guess that's what we have. Sengled RGBW GPIO. Blah, 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 blah. Let's just see if it's already on the pull down. That's not I didn't mean to close that. No, there's only Sonoff. So what do we set it to? Not generic. No. Custom? One channel, 4 motor, CAC. Let's see what it says on the page. Quit talking about Flatulent Gonad's floppy organ. He's the one that shows it off. I'm not the criminal. You're the criminal here. I'm just doing. I thought this was America. Oh God, I'm just inundated with pages. Okay, so fully remove module, blah 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 blah. Where do I put in the custom one? Oh, you know what it is? It's generic, and we actually go back to configuration. Can I, configure template. Wait, but I have the whole thing in here. That's not the right page. Configure other? Oh, it's like the Flopatron, yeah. Here it is. Template. Sengled RGBW. Activate that. Save. Configuration saved. It's just going to keep restarting itself. And then I can change its fixed IP in my router. I have a notebook where I've written down all these IP addresses. I need to kind of control them pretty tightly. I have a lot of Wi-Fi devices sitting around the shop. I'm probably going to get Wi-Fi sickness at some point. So configuration. Sure, gaslight me program. Make me think I haven't clicked the button. Configure the module. Sonoff basic. I guess that's right. Is that what they called it? They called it sawn-off basic? No, they called it singlet RGBW. Wait a minute. We need to select the configuration. So in this configure module. Hold on, we're getting there. Sampler. No. Seng. SE. Probably way at the bottom. Generic. Witty Cloud. I don't think it's all that clever. PWM dimmer to ya. Where is the thing that I just made? Oh, maybe it's back to configuration. Hold on. Configure template. I hate how slow these things can be. It is hosting its own little web page, so I guess it does do a lot of work. How hot is it getting? It's pretty warm. It's a toasty little guy right there. I think this is for making your own GPIO thing. But why? Okay, hold on. Configuration. I got to remember how this stuff works. It has a particular way of getting configured, so. Timer logging other template. I did configure other. It's got name generic GPI. That's not what I put in. I put in this. Name Sengled RGBW. Activate. I don't know about the friendly name. This should be. We can look at one of the other lights, but the device will not restart. Let's look at 192, 2.10. Those are actually no. These are a custom firmware. These Tasmota 9.0.0.3 because they work a little differently. We'll go to 14. That's not active. 12. There we go. The face light. So the configuration on this one, the module is a sawn-off S31. Yeah, that's simple as. Other generic GPIO is still in there. That's not what we're looking at. And then with MQTT 2220 1883. Oh, I got to change that. Boy, this thing is slow. Tasmota 8.2. I thought we were doing the latest one. Huh. Oh boy, come on, buddy. This thing is slow. There's one thing that I know. This thing is slow. 2220 1883 was it? Boy, this thing is so much faster. 1883. All that stuff is the same. Okay, save that. And then it's going to take its sweet ass time to save it. What version are we? 8.2. This is still 8.2. It's just the processor on this thing must be really slow. Yeah, look, no computer made the Furby organ. I remember that one. I have the Furby. We need to do something with it. It would be funny as like a co-host to the stream if we used like, you know, one of these AI models with it, and so it could just chime in every now and then about what I've been talking about, and it'll say stuff that's completely inane. Or we can use a language learning model, but I don't think I have enough. I don't think I have enough chatters in chat for it to make something languagey. So I mean, right now it's just got toggle on there. So could the Furby become light stand? I don't know what that means. Like if it could sit on the light stand. Sure, I'll put magnets in its butt. So it's not a matter of selecting this, is it? Mango strip. I'm just having a good look down this list. I mean, like, I can choose generic 18, but if I configure other template here, this is the template, activate it, and hit save. Actually, what's the face lights configuration on that? Yeah, there is no generic, and it's just, oh, see that? Yeah, okay, so I do need to rename it. I do need to rename that. Oh, see, now there's no active, okay, hold on. Bulb 1, MQTT enabled. This keeps changing. Oh no, that was the same, and it activated, so save. Could the Furby become the on-air light? I don't know. If it hears me say goodbye, I could set up a thing where AI hears me say goodbye, you know, and I end the stream, and so the Furby goes, "Hey, your stream's still going." There it is. Sangled RGBW. Save. Main menu. Why did it take it that time? Maybe because I gave it the new friendly name? But I don't have any controls. I can't control it. Oh, why do you suck? Yeah, it's not giving me that control, huh? It just wanted a name. Auto power on, PWM channel. What is all this? RGB CCT, individual PWM. So how do you set this to... That's funny. This one, oh, this one is just an on-off. Oh, but I was looking at the configuration menu. No. Singlet RGB W, oh, like that. Main menu. Okay, so on, for instance, the shop lights, maybe a different firmware version, but this controls the brightness of the lights in here. What did I do under... Yeah, I didn't do anything under that. And it's got its own, you know, device name and friendly name. So where is the setting that allows me to have the fader on the front page? It's probably under the Ghost Sun dimmer configuration, huh? Timer logging, other, yeah, it looks like it's under that configuration. So then why wouldn't this invoke singlet RGBW, and then it's got a 0 next to it. Flag 0, base 18. Configuration. Flag 0, base 18. 111, generic GPIO. Huh. How does it know? So these are RGB and W. I don't know which that puts us under. Independent PWM controls when enabling set options 68.1. Yeah, would the GPIO ones versus zeros be what configures that? Well, no, because then I got 16, 160, 163. So I think that sets those. There's no device name here either. Huh. Oh, this is to set up other. Oh, wait a minute. Current count, air quality, smart meter, shutter, illuminance, temp and humidity. No, that's not what we're looking for. Yeah, usually this is as easy as just pulling the module down, and then it's got all your configurations in it. I just have not worked with this, so I don't know. I could maybe pull it from the console. If I go to the console, info, firmware upgrade, and then I can do the console stuff here. So I could technically set it to be what it is in the console. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe that's what this is instructing me on. You know what lights do, right? No, I don't. Please explain it to me. With Web UI, Tasmodo Web UI displays brightness, CT, white color, picker color, saturation, PWM sliders. Depending on the light component, number of PWM channels can be configured, set options used. The number of PWM channels configured and set options used. Tasmodo uses an HSB color model, blah, 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 blah. With commands. See light commands for how to control lights. So we're going into console. There's a lot of stuff. Okay. So yeah, the smart plugs are neat because you can do energy monitoring for your whole, for whatever you have plugged in. So I can see how much money I'm spending on lighting my beautiful visage for you guys. Whereas I could just get rid of the face cam and then not have it and save myself all of this electricity. I need 500 lights on me at all times. Yes. Okay. So there's a lot of options here, and we need to configure what these lights use. So, pertaining to, I guess they don't tell you what the yeah, they don't tell you what these things are. 12, 13, 14, and 15 are all PWMs. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 12, 13, 14, and 15. So that's what's being set up here is 12, 13, 14, and 15. And then 16 and 17 are 0, 0. So those aren't used. So that's all it's doing. It's for 17, 16, 19, 18 are being assigned. But then how do I configure it to be the right kind of RGBs and W controls? So that's I didn't have to do it for the shop light because I guess it was already set up. So I need to somehow specify that these things are what they are. 3-channel RGB. I don't think that's right. So what? And then it doesn't even tell me anything about them on here. Singlet RGBW. See Tasmodo documentation how to RGBW lights for your needs. That's what we're looking at. Install method USB to serial. That's what we got. Use white command to set up white blend mode, RGB, and white split. There's no white only slider in the UI for 4-channel lights. We don't know if we have 4-channel lights. I mean, we have RGBW. Is that 4-channel? RGB light in addition to a white light. I guess that's what we have. Yeah, okay, let's just take a look at the light circuit board. Where'd it go? Yeah, RGB, and then I guess just 1 channel of white. We don't really know which one that is, so we'll have to probably put it back together in order to configure that properly. So let's change this over to its IP address. I'll do that with the router, and then we'll put it back together, and then we'll play with it when it's all put back together. We've done the initial configuration. I just need to know how to do the controls on the web UI, and then we can set up the node red node, and then that will enable us to send it commands and then get control of it. Make a broadcast light out of the thing. So I'm going to unplug this. Oh wait, no, I'm going to keep it on the Wi-Fi for right now. We'll go to the face cam. You guys can just see me like thinking. You can see the IP address and the reflection of my glasses. And I'm going to reassign 173. Call that bulb 1. Bulb 1. How do I do this IP stuff? Oh, I need to go to the different interface, don't I? Network map. I need to go to, what do I need to go to? It's the, this is an ASUS router that I bought fairly recently, although I probably shouldn't have gotten ASUS. There's some better stuff out there that I really should have looked into getting to manage all this stuff. And I don't know what Rabaz is doing. He buys these like Chinese cheapo little super powerful little computery things, and you turn that into your router or something. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know how he does it. I should know more about networking for all the stuff that I know. What am I doing? I'm doing, oh, LAN, and then the DHCP server. And I'm taking 173. Client name, bulb 1, address is 25. Okay, so that's that one. Now we can go and put this thing back together. Boy, what a process this all has been. Hopefully my internet doesn't go down because I just altered the DHCP server. Oh, I should probably save it. That might actually affect my internet. Where is that? That's there. I click apply. Now it's applying the settings. So if something happens, if I go down, I should come right back up. It's just my router is doing its thing. Hopefully it doesn't go down to save its own settings, but it might want to bounce all the devices. So I'm going to turn that off before it wreaks havoc on my network, and then unsolder all of our test points. So I haven't done this in a long time. We are reviewing all the steps. The other 4 of these things, getting them all configured and ready to go, shouldn't be all that difficult once we get the first one done. There's that. All we got to do, slot this sucker back in. It only goes in one way. And hopefully this little bit of solder on the tabs is enough that I can still kind of wedge this sucker in there. Yeah, that's fine. Giant piece of heat goop. I guess they decided that it was getting too warm. Big solder. Now all I'm doing is just applying solder back onto these pads. They're close enough together that they should produce a nice big nasty solder bridge. But I guess what I can do is go to this one first, apply enough solder, really get that bridge started, and then push on it from the other end so that I can seat it properly, nice and tight up to the circuit board. There we go. That's the first one of those started. Let's put the rest of these little guys back in. Now, supposedly you can get into these wirelessly, but it requires an install of Linux, and there's some other tricks to it, and you have to have an older firmware inside the light. I don't know what these have on them now. I probably shouldn't have bought these in the first place. I should have done a little bit of like a modicum of research to figure out which ones would be easy to configure. But when it comes to taking stuff apart, I guess I'm matched by none. And I'm up for the challenge. So I saved a little bit of money maybe getting the super cheap ones and physically hacking into them. That did not do the bridge. Didn't do a bridge at all. This isn't attached to anything, so it's just rattling around on the desk. We will get there. One more. Yep. That's way too much solder. Still too much. Okay, so that's back in. I don't even need to clean up the flux. We're just going to get this thing back together. So shove this thing back in its hole where it's got the little board standoffs. What is that hole for? Oh, that's for the ground wire. I see. I see. So that goes in there like that. Then we have our LED board, which is a aluminum PCB. You know, if I really wanted to be thorough about this, I could grab the caulk. I could grab my caulk, and then I could get it all over this thing. And that would really seal it up. I don't think Twitch allows me to do stuff like that. So that just goes down there like that. Now the ground wire has, well, it has a hole all the way over here. I don't know if that's really going to fly. This basically just goes to the outside like that. And then the plus goes through the hole. So just like that. And then this presses down. So we'll grab a spot with the holes on it. Press it in. There we go. Nice little click. And now with the plus wire sticking out of this end, bend it over just a little bit. And I put the nub back in, and we're connected to power. No soldering involved. I did scratch up the threads a little bit over here. I'll have to be a little careful of that. So now we've got our connection to 120 volts. Our light bulb's back together. The only thing left to resolve is to find the dome. I was being gross again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's just what it's like with this stuff. I don't think there's a trick to this. It's just 3 locations that kind of snap on. And you twist until it stops? No, because these things they're barely holding in. It's like, oh, no, that didn't come apart. Okay, so now we can plug this thing into 120 volts and hopefully not release any of the magical pixies inside. I should print a label for this too. Bulb 1. Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. Actually, before I forget, let me get the label maker. Bada bing. Delete what was there. Bulb 1. Maximum number of lines. Oh, because we're 18 point. Let's go to 12. Damn it. Let's go smaller. 8. There. Bulb 1. 192.168.2. What were we? 25. 2.25. Bulb 1. There we go. I love that label maker. Get ready to clip the smoke. No, we'll be fine. We have 1 clip of me releasing all of the magic smoke. 1. And I don't think this is in contact with that capacitor, so I think we're good. Oh, you know what I realized? This is a thermal printer. I hope these don't get too warm. I'll have to 3D print like a little cover for this. I hope that actually sticks around. Yeah, you've got it. I mean, it's like, it's required. I do wish I had waited to rebuy this one, because first of all, I found the old one, and second of all, there's new ones that are better than this. And they probably have better symbols and stuff. All right, so currently it doesn't really know that it's a light bulb. It kind of does, but we need to figure out how to get that running with the console commands. But I can plug this in, and then it can go, whoa, that flashed red. Oh my God, it's a giant red beacon. What's going on? Why is it flashing red? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. I think it's interpreting whatever this IO is as its main indicator. We've got DEFCON, some DEFCON level that we don't know. Danger! Danger! Denger. What does this mean? It means that oh God, Andromeda Strain! An experimental movie to try to make the most boringest movie ever, and they succeeded. Yeah, so right now we have to actually get into this thing with console commands. So 192.168.2.25. Damn it. Did I mess it up that badly? This is fairly slow, so it might just take a minute. Nope. Okay, hold on. Is 173 still up? I'll have to correct it after stream. So what we need to do is we need to go into the console and we need to figure out what the hell these dimmers are doing. I don't know how to assign these things. I guess it's in here. So we're looking at RGBW, 4-channel RGBW. 4-channel lights are RGBW, RGB light, additional white light. White can either be warm white or cold white. I don't know. We haven't really gotten this thing working yet. What about Sonoff or Singled RGBW Tasmota config? Maybe somebody has a guide on how to do it. That's not what I was looking for. Something productive, seemed like works. I bought some cheap, no-name, smart Wi-Fi LED bulbs. Wasn't listed on the repository. No idea they accept entry with no identifying tweaks. These are weird. Oh God, these look hideous. I love how photoshopped these things are. What's that? Oh, hey, Index C subbing for 45 months. Hey, thank you so much, and thank you, Pyro, for saying that, because that perked me up to the fact. Yeah, we had Proteus. Oh wait, hold on. This thing is okay. Streamlabs. 3 hours ago we had Proteus subbing, saying hello, hello, and then 3 hours ago we also had Brink GG subbing as well, and now we have Index C subbing for 45 months. These are some old names. It's good to hear from all you guys. Good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yes, yes, yes. I'm just looking at how to flash this thing and then get the faders to actually work on it. This is a slightly different design, this thing. But where does that come in? Man, this flashing red light is fucking annoying. Hold on, let's turn this off and do some reading. God, it's like burp, burp. It's a lot brighter for me than it is for you. So we flashed it. Everybody's happy. Pip install ESP tool. We don't need that. Let's see. We used Tasmotizer. I like Tasmotizer because it's got that cool name. I know the antenna's like. I feel robbed that I didn't get this cute little antenna poking up in the middle. They decided instead of having the ESP device here, they would have it on a daughter board. I definitely do not want to get an electronic klaxon, although we have made our own custom ESP devices. How do we do that? I think we said generic fader, and we assigned one I/O to the fader. We didn't have to do R, G, and B. I'm very self-conscious of my little antenna. Well, look, we think it's cute. I guess what I'm trying to do is just get those faders on the interface. It doesn't look like this is helping us out. Other devices, configuring a smart dimmer switch. Tasmodo code is modified in the smart dimmer switch so that rather than adjusting the PWM for the voltage driver, when the brightness up and down, the buttons are pressed, the PWM is always left at 100%, but messages are sent. So if we send messages to this, for instance, through like HTTP, that might be able to do it. I made one out of a bean can. The damn thing is loud. Boy, howdy, do I not want to do that. But you can make custom devices with this stuff. Sengled. Does anybody have Sengled smart bulb? Yes, I have Zigbee ones, about 18. Once you get over 4 or 5, they're pretty much useless when using the Sengled hub and app. I switched to Home Assistant and a Sonos Zigbee stick. These are all those like translation hubs. 20 Zigbees on Conbee. I don't even know what that means. Bulbs only function as a Zigbee endpoints. They don't build a mesh network amongst themselves. That's crazy about this smart home stuff. You hook the klaxon up to the doorbell. That's pretty good. I was thinking, like, if I could do this all again, I might start with getting Ubiquity stuff. It's expensive, but it's a little higher. It's more business oriented, right? And then I could set up my old computer as a local server, and I could have the camera logs on that local server. So it'd just be here. I wouldn't be communicating out my people coming and going into my house. And supposedly that's faster than the lady who shall not be named over there. The Alexa device is so slow with the whatever those Amazon-y things are. They're very, very slow. Somebody can ring the doorbell. It'll take like 5 or 6 seconds for me to then see who's there. And having it be instant would be very nice because then I've got more of a presence. But the kids in the neighborhood discovered it. That's like that artwork that I made. I made a piece of art one time that was a big yellow canvas, and it said, "Do not touch," in big clear letters, right? And in the middle of that was one of these Radio Shack industrial buttons. And the button, it was a square button about that big, and I was able to, just with a printer, press here. And I put it on the button, and then I hooked the blue LED up to the button. So in the middle of this big yellow canvas, it had this little blue beacon that said, "Press here." And when they pressed there, a 120 decibel siren would immediately activate. But that's it. So I had one of those 7805s sitting behind the thing, so part of it would get really hot. But you'd walk up to this thing and "Do not touch, press here." Okay. Pew! What the hell? But then it became a contest to see who could longer than anyone else. So it was not a great concept, to be fair. Especially not to put into a facility where there are alarms like that need to be paid attention to. Wait, that's the same. That's what we already looked at. Whoa, how to add PWM dimmer Tasmota. That's not what I'm looking for. Blah, 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 blah. Button presses and holds. Oh, I need to work on that. Because I could make the shop switch do a bunch of different stuff, couldn't I? Bring back the fart box. This is working towards that. What is this? This is stuff that I didn't know. Power's on. Holding the button up button decreases and increases the brightness price. Blah, blah, blah. When the power's off, pressing and releasing the up or down. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. On-off relay GPIO. So switching relays on and off, controlled through relay GPIO. You define multiple relays that are controlled with power starting at x equals 1. I have 4 PWM channels that I need to figure out. That sounds like the About Robots page in Firefox. Oh, I don't know that. I don't know what that is. A big industrial slam button with an AVR inside. I wanted to make one of those. Those could be fun. Going back to the Furby, I would have it once an hour, pick a user from chat and insult them. That would be good too. Having like some kind of an LLM attached to it, you can get some weird stuff. I saw Kriken do a couple of streams where he was playing Skyrim, and Kriken's new thing is he's got this like baby buddy, which is this messed up looking little buddy of his that'll chime in every now and then and comment on something that he's doing. Milton, years ago, still has, but he has his Neural Johnson bot, which is a neural network. It's not an LLM. Neural network that scans chat and then tries to make a pertinent chat comment that hasn't been made before based on things people have said. So you get some weird stuff, and it's a really good kind of like foil for stream. With an LLM, I could probably do some more advanced stuff, you know, with the Kriken baby method of having it observe what's going on, or even just look at like the transcript of what I'm saying. It could probably react to things that way. And come up with weird stuff. And that's something that I would love to get into. Right now, I need to do this. So the commands, power, dim, color, white, CT, options are there. 3-channel RGB lights. 3-channel RGB color lights, you can set a color via RGB or HSB, not HSL. Alexa support can also allow XY color, but that's not supported through commands. You can use Philip Hue emulation. The light will appear as colored light. Commands, power, dimmer, color, HSB color. This has nothing to do with, I mean, we are 4-channel RGBW, but I don't know what, these are the commands it accepts, but we need to use white commands or set up white blend mode or RGB and white split. And okay, here we are, set options. So let's do set option 128. Set option 37, 128 to split RGB and white into 2 independent lights. If you're already using channel remapping, just add 128 to the value of set option 37. That doesn't sound quite right. Okay, Sonoff B1, RGBW table 255, 80. So that's, Have you seen Videl 987? No, I've not heard. He's an AI that talks with him and can time out users, set stream title, and start polls. Oh God, no. Oh God, no, I don't want to give it that much. That's too much power. That would wreak havoc. It looks like I need to configure some of this stuff. It's weird that the Sonoff just kind of leaves you, or the singlet configuration is so, what do you call it? Bare bones. What was the one we took apart before? Oh, that was also a Sengled. That's right. They were both Sengleds. That's why we know this configuration. If we choose something that's similar, new 2U devices have replaced their Wi-Fi module with one incompatible with Tasmota. So I'm looking at other bulbs, other RGBWs, to see what their configuration is. If they have more instructions on configuring, because it seems like there's a couple things that I need to run that's a little bit different. See, this is the limited amount of GPIO that the ESP8266 has. You can assign it. So 416, 419, 417, 418. Those are all assigned using that table. But what then from there? What do you do from there? God, it's getting cold in here. Hold on. The Northeast is going to be freezing in the near future. Possibly even today. It's going to be so freaking cold. place gets stuffy when I close that window, though. I like having the fresh air, but I'm also starting to get chills. Oh man, okay, yeah, it's the remaining steps are like, I have 4 PWMs on this thing, right? R, G, B, and W, and I guess we need to figure out which one is which. And we need to assign it a thing, and I need to somehow get a control onto the front page. What I need to know is how some other RGBWs are configured. Because there's not exactly any instruction. See, here's one that has how to configure RGBW lights to your need. 2020 version is not yet flashable. Yeah, so I guess we're stuck over here still. Hardware gamma correction. Damn. White blend mode. White LEDs are brighter than RGB. If you want to keep the same brightness, you need to calibrate the white level and mode blah 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 blah. Calibrate an RGBW light. We haven't even assigned our channels yet. How do I do that? Channel remapping. Set option 37. Read more. What? Hey, read more. Set option 37 is used for remapping the RGBWCW. Blah, blah, blah. What the RGBWCWW? www dot. What the hell? This is because experts have come in and written all of this stuff, and they don't know that some worried streamer is going to be reading through this stuff at light speed to try to keep their channel punchy, try to keep the the good times rolling, and configuring this stuff in a whirlwind. This should be written so that a toddler can do it, and it's likely that by the time that I actually learn what they're telling me, I will be able to do this with my eyes closed. It's just until then, it's so dry and hard to follow. Okay, this transformation happens right before the hardware-specific output, so all the advanced features, schemes, HSB settings, etc., works with the original unmapped values. Oh, white cold and white warm. Why is that a sub thing? Yeah, why my RGB, WWE, and WCW, and World Wildlife Foundation. The main reason for this option is to provide support for the bulb whose physical wiring is almost the usual standard one, but the channels are arranged in a different way. For technical reasons, this transformation is in the full end-to-end mapping and it can only rearrange channels equivalent to RGBW. Their permutations. The indexed permutation can be configured by set option 37N, where N is the systematic index of the permutation. What? Okay. N is the systematic index of the permutation, a number from 0 to 119, from RGBWCW to 119 is equal to WWWCWBRGR. Fuck. Okay, so this just flops the RGBW order. We can't even do that yet. I need to somehow get to channel controlled lights, addressable lights, status lights, PWM lights. Lights controlled using up to 5 channels of red, green, blue, blah, 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 blah. PWM pulse width modulation is the most common method of controlling LED lights. These lights are configured by assigning PWM1 through PWM5 components to their GPIOs. Its PWM is inverted depending on the number, PWM of index and then I. Okay. Tasmodo will recognize the light as channels 1, brightness, cold white, red, green, blue, white, red, green, blue. So we want 4, but there's no, do I want PWM 4, but then what are the channels assigned to? Unless that's something that I get in the other parts of the configuration. Well, that doesn't give me anything. That's not the right thing. Yeah, I got to do it through commands, I guess, instead of with pull-down menus. Unless I do some other like generic GoSund SKO3. It'd be like generic RGBW, but I guess I can't. I don't get to do that. Well, if I use their template, I guess that's what that does. But if I go generic, let's go back to configuration. There's configure other, and then the name singlet, that stuff. And then I activate that profile, but I don't think that's giving me... Oh, why did that rename? It's supposed to be bulb 1. Why doesn't that save? Gotta wait for it to restart, I guess. Cool white. Warm white. Chip ID is 183131, huh? That's a slow one. It's not a very good one. If we can figure this out, then I can get to like taking apart the other ones too. But it's never easy, is it? So I think I need to do, like, what I'm looking at is how do I assign the PWM to the specific channels? Because in the module configuration, they're specifying, and I don't know what the numbers mean yet. Yeah, that's true. We are. Why did it do Tasmota version 8? I don't know why it went so far back when we were Tasmotizing, and I've got release selected as 14.4.1. I don't know why that. Yeah, let's maybe update it. Main menu, firmware, Hackbox. Is that the right URL? We'll try that. The Sonoff stuff, like the setting is in here. What I'm trying to get at is getting the. Wait, is this the right? Oh, I see. Okay, so I need to close the ones I'm not using. This is .173. This one's .173. Yeah. It's not supposed to be .173. I set it in the router, but I don't want my stream to go down. So, did it stop blinking? I turned it off. Wait, I turned it off. That's why none of the settings are changing. Wait a minute. What did I turn? Hold on a second. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. This might be the fan. I might have, oh, wait a minute. I might have misdone this. If this one's still on, why am I, if I turned it off and it's no longer blinking, why am I still able to program it? I think this is not what we think it is. I think this is the exhaust fan, which begs the question. This would be, I forget what the light switch was. Hold on, we gotta solve this one. I gotta go to Amazon and figure out my order status. We've been reprogramming a light switch. Yeah, turned off the fan for my centrifuge. Oh my God, it's a mental Stuxnet. They've been sowing the seeds of this in my brain for some time now. Hold on a minute. What is that emote? Wait, what was that? Who dat emote? Oh my God, I can't believe this. Hey, Short Lurker, how you doing? Once more, Short Lurker descends from on high and goes, hey, I don't think you're doing the right thing here. And I go, what? And then everything changes and then starts working again suddenly. Order history. And look for smart. Search for smart and find nothing. It was a smart switch that I bought. Oh, hey, there's the order for the other thing, the one that we took apart that was Bluetooth. It was a long time ago that I ordered this thing, though. We're heading to meltdown soon now. Now my centrifuges are going to break, and I'm going to put them outside my facility where a satellite We'll take a photo of them, and they'll put a check mark next to Stuxnet. So smart dimmer switch. The one I bought is not a dimmer. It's just a switch. I have multiple of the smart dimmer switches I probably shouldn't have ordered. Huh, where is this order? This is not... Feels very Homer Simpson. Stuff like that happens. You know how it is. Huh, interesting. So I can't find it. Let's do switch. Maybe put Wi-Fi in there. Yeah, that's the Sonos, and then I've got the GoSund ones, but I don't think this one is GoSund. So it's not RGBW, it's just going to be like a basic thing. Let's just see. I'm calling it, so I'm going to configuration over here. Hold on a sec. Let me get my bearings. Uh-oh. Sonos Basic, serial out, GPIO2, and I can make that any of a number of things, buttons and sensors. See, I feel like this is the configuration that we need to be doing. Is GoSund in here? SP1. See, I don't know which module is in that switch. I do need to reassign it now because it's... Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up separately. We'll just have to park this and call it a fluke. And I'll need to look at which device we're actually configuring now, because this is not the right one. So this one is going to be generic, and I won't assign anything. And then I need to rename it from bulb 1 because it's not bulb 1. We'll call it fan. See, the cool thing is with this stuff and with Node, I could separate the functionality so that that button no longer directly controls the fan. I can have it control other stuff. If I hit toggle, nothing's going to happen? Yeah, nothing's going to happen. I don't know what pin the switch is on. Configure other, and then we're calling this fan. It's an exhaust fan that we installed into this room specifically because I do a lot of soldering. So I haven't really used it all that much. Call it Bob. Bob 1, Bob 2. So okay, so that was a disaster. Let's go back. I'm gonna go back to the router page and turn this thing on. Bonk. Beep. 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 Okay. That's gonna be very annoying, but it's necessary. I need to give it a minute, and then I need to refresh my router page and see where this thing is. Reload router. Come on, router. What's it doing? Oh, Jesus, I'm messed up. 192.168.2.1. This is a long password. All right, I'm in. Hacker man. Desktop, Amazon. Bulb 1 is actually fan. F-A-N. Exhaust. Fan. I got to rename that in here. Android and desktop. It is not getting onto my Wi-Fi, even though I gave it the configuration. Great. Yeah, and we thought that it was working before. Let's just see if it happens to come up. So I'm going to have to close this and open it again. If I don't even get through this part, how embarrassing is that? Is there a second page? There's only one page of devices. You configured it before you reflashed it. I did afterwards too. And I gave it the friendly name of Bulb 1. And I said, send configuration. Supposedly we sent the configuration. That's what I assume happened. I don't want to pull out those wires and put them back in. I think that might harm it. Something changed. Wait a minute. It's the Octoprint server. We got the Amazon device. We've got the desktop device, the exhaust fan. We've got the Legion Go. We've got the NAS server, my phone, and another desktop, which is this computer. It's okay. I mean, maybe I did miss, because as you can see, it's not getting on my network. So clearly, I think I missed a configuration step. I mean, maybe I can access it via Wi-Fi. Let's just take a look and see if there's more. Another Wi-Fi device. Info, no active pause. Urgent alarm, empty reservoir. No, that's all old. That's all old alerts. Those are old alerts. Let's take a look and see if we can see internet. Why am I on that network? Why have we connected to that one? See all. Tasmoda. 5F18BB. What is this one? O2C. Okay, so it's in limbo. So we're going to connect to this via the phone. There it is. Capital G. Glorious. E-C-M-R. This is all the stuff that I should have just sent it with that thing. Password. Dead beef. That's why whenever I see those ASCII or what are they? The debugging sequences like dude food, dead beef, stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. They're a cool person. All right, trying to connect device to network. Tasmoda 14.4.1. That was our other tell. When ShortLurker came in here and said, wait, it's version 8, I should have instantly known that it's extremely old light switch that we were connected to. All right, that got a successful, it's all solid red. You maybe not connect to this network. Connect to this one. Jeez. Okay. No, it stopped blinking entirely. That's why my face is as red coming from that direction. This thing is not, it's not a weak light. Oh my God, it's the surface of the sun. The camera is dialing down the brightness a little bit, but this is very red. It doesn't look white like it does for you guys. Okay, so that means that I can now look for it on the router, and I can reassign it to 20. 5. Green light, red light. Whoa, 2.238. The 238 is bulb 1. So we're going to 192.162.238. Toggle. Oh God, it went green. It looks white, but your hand is red. It's because it's overloading the camera sensor. Toggle green, go. Well, at least it's red and green just from the start, but man, that is very green. Just pondering my orb. By the way, in my Abiotic Factor playthrough, I did set up some very long tables and put down item holders, and I put every orb item on those item holders. One of them is a little radioactive, but it's my area to ponder all of my orbs. I should probably set up that little thing that reduces radiation in some of those areas. Yeah, you know what? Getting it working at all is a bit of an accomplishment. So now we probably have a much more comprehensive list. No, we don't. I mean, PWM dimmer. Sawn off, sawn off, sawn off. No Sengled. Go Sund, etc., etc. But if we set up a PWM dimmer, but we don't have access to the right GPIOs on the PWM dimmer. So I probably have to go to back to configuration. And if we do we could do template, and I could call it GoSund, or Singled rather. RGBW. PWM 1, 2, 3, and 4 on 12, 13, 14, and 15. This will configure that, I guess. Hey, Short Lurker just subscribed. Thanks, Shorty. Short Lurker, rather. I should probably call you Short all the time. Saying nice for 69 months. 69 months? Holy, where's the time gone? Why am I green? That's why I'm green. Man, that thing's bright. It's actually not terribly bright. I don't think the light in and of itself is going to be completely stupidly bright. I guess if you got a whole army of these things, like up in your bulbs. The lock? No, I don't know what that is. So if I put this in there, that's not going to give me the dimmers on the main page, unless they change something in the subsequent years. Like if I activate this, go to the main menu. Oh, I have seen that movie several times. Oh, hey, look, there it is. It's very blue right now. It's even more blue. It's more blue than it was before. Okay, now it's a little bit concerningly blue. Oh my God, that's a very blue light that I have sitting in front of me right now. I mean, I'm a fan of the blue LED just like everybody else, but it's getting a little ridiculous. Ah! Oh God! Ah! Oh! Oh! It's so blue. It's cool. It's cool light. I thought that would have been right up your alley. I haven't watched it recently. Actually, I did watch it recently. I don't have a good memory. So there's saturation. And then this brings it to, and then this fades it. Ah! Purple light, pink light, red light. Okay, well then. I guess it recognized the configuration properly. We need color changing plastic. What is the, oh, that's toggle 1. I see. So we got a toggle here, and then we have our brightness, and then we have our saturation, and then we have our hue. Hue. So, okay, so we did everything correctly. It's just I misidentified the light that we were configuring. Yeah, I've got my hue right here. Look at that hue. It's very yellow. And it looks like this is pretty well matched, too. It's got the right RGB order and everything. Good. I was worried there. Once again, we can all thank Short Lurker for keeping me from destroying this myself. Now, the one thing that we don't have here is control over the W, though. Unless it's using it all in this instance anyway. I guess it must be using all of it. Is that all the LEDs being used? Oh, jeez, I can't see this. Turn off. Jeez. Ow. No, it's just using the RGBs. The W's aren't turning on. Hard to kind of display this, huh? Hard to really kind of make heads or tails. Turn down the brightness. What are you, weak? Are you some kind of a weakling? You're so weak. Who gave you permission to be so weak? I have spots in my eyes. Yeah, so we don't really have control over the W. We've got RGB here going just fine, but there's no W. So our configuration isn't exactly correct. If it's too bright, you're too old. I don't know if it doesn't sound quite right. We need the version that has one more control on it. Like, it recognized that PWM, but we need to get the other ones working too. That was pretty instant that worked out, though. That was nice. Only, I mean, for my purposes, I don't need the W part working, but it would be probably good to have. So yeah, they say RGBW, but it's not using an additional white light. An additional white light white can be either warm white or cold white, depending on the manufacturer. Power, dimmer color, HSP color, and then white. Options: auto power on, PWM channel, gamma correction, gamma remapping, white blend, RGB and white split. RGB and white split. Set options 37128. So we're back to here. We're back to 37128. And depending on 37, use set option 37128 to split RGB and white into two independent lights. You're already using channel remapping, add 128 to the value of, so set option 37128. That Xbox about what slider you should check. Xbox about what slider? Oh, there's no white only slider in the UI for 4-channel lights. Use white commands to set up white blend mode or RGB and white split. So that's okay, so that's what we're getting to anyway. So 127, that option, set option 127 blah, will split them. Set option 37128. So back to console. It's actually clicking now. Before we were kind of lost. Console set. Are we capitalizing on this? Set option. It's camel case. Set option 37128. Did that? Did you get that? Oh, something changed over here. Main menu. Now we have T1 and T2. T2? Oh! Oh, God! Oh, my... Oh! Oh! It's got like a delay on it, though. Whoa. Yeah, there's a delay on the control. Okay, so now we have white. Yoink. Oh, dear God. It's like there's a little nuclear bomb down here. Holy crap. That is some warm white for sure. That's very warm of you to say. Thank you. Holy crap. Toggle that off. Whoa. Okay, cool. Well, that gives me full control. That is a lot of light coming out of this thing. Holy crap. Ah! And that's all the control of the entire light. I'm actually surprised that was like assigned to the right outputs properly. Was that what those numbers were for the pin numbers? That must be what that was. You know, on that configuration, had the pin number and another. Yeah, now when you go on holiday, you can be pre-tanned. You can be preheated to the right tanning temperature. Jeez. All right, so full saturation, turn the brightness to like a camera friendly. Oh, that's got little scan lines in it because of the PWM frequency. Ooh. The array and the template config probably did the channel mapping. Yeah, that's what because it's like there's 4 channels and I guess all 4 of them are PWM. And so channel 1, 2, 3, and 4, I guess were assigned using those numbers as PWM channels. So if they were relay channels, they'd probably get a different number, and that's what would control it. So I got to figure that out for whatever switch is controlling the shop fan, and then I want to kind of split them apart. So instead of when I hit the button on the front, it'll activate something else as opposed to activating the fan, and then I can use some other UI in order to turn the shop fan on and off. But all right, that was thanks to thanks to my incompetence and the competence of my chat, we were able to get this back on track and actually be able to hack this light. Now what I can do is in Node-RED, so I can open up my Node-RED flow, and I can add another Tasmota device. So the Tasmota devices are just these nodes that you can install. I don't think they're pre-installed. Where is that? It is all the way down here. We got a light. Bring in the light. Bonk. Tasmota light. So I can bring in the Tasmota light, and I can give it just a generic toggle. So I'm just going to copy this, put it back in here. I'm just going to do a generic toggle on this thing. This Tasmota light, the broker is the regular server. The device ID, where do I put in the information? I forget how to do this. Hold on. Look at something else that we've known. Okay, so device I just put in there. Okay. So device is bulb1. Bulb1, don't think I need the name. It's dimmerable, color temperature, colors, I guess. State dimmer temp color, that would be the outputs. I don't care about that yet. Temperature, don't know about that. Where do I configure the number of channels? Oh, I see. Here we go. Channels, 1 to 100, done. I guess then I'm going to need to figure out what the specific command is, because if I just send it a toggle, I don't think it's really going to know what to do. But if I deploy that flow, oh, supposedly it's offline. No, you're not. Bulb1, do I need to do a name on that? No. Yeah, that should all come up. Well, it seems to say it's offline, so I'm having a little trouble with that. Serve's got all the right channels in there because all my other stuff still works. Let's double check that all my other stuff works. Yeah, that turned on. What you guys saying? Isn't relay channel only on off? PWM on relays doesn't sound right. Yeah, no, you don't PWM on relays. No, no, no. No, but it has to do with like the type of control and the, you know, how the stuff's working specifically. Did the bulb get the correct MQTT config, or was that the fan? That was the fan. You're actually exactly right. You are very correct. Chat is indispensable today. I think I finally browbeaten them into submission on being useful. So configuration, MQTT, host 192.168.2.220. Port is fine. All this else is fine. Save that. Let it restart. I could have entire color-coded, go yellow alert, and then this thing will start flashing yellow. Yellow alert. That's really annoying. Okay. Piss alert. Config. Module. Oh, no, no, not that. Other device name. Bulb1. Friendly name 1. Bulb1. Friendly name 2. Bulb1. Save. Okay, so now it's got all its friendly names. It's got the, it's looking at the host. The host is just the, you know, whatever's brokering all of these signals in and out. Now I should be able to go back to Node-RED, and this thing should say online, but it doesn't. How dare you? Serve, bulb1, blah, blah, blah. Nothing else. That should be fine. That should come up. Two 220, 1883. That's fine. Of course, it's on Wi-Fi because we're on this. Let's not. No. We're going back. Configuration. We got the right other in there. Bulb 1, bulb 1, blah, 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 blah. MQTT. All this stuff should be fine then. Of course, we're still working. I don't think it would take this long to successfully inject a toggle. Look at this. Serve, bulb 1, no other information. That should connect. I don't know why this wouldn't connect. I'll turn it off and turn it on again. Bonk. I don't think there's a typo. There's only so much you can type in bulb 1. Unless it's conflicting with the switch. If the switch still has a configuration in it. Well, the debug output's not going to do me any good if it's offline. It needs to be online. Let's double check with 173. So 192.168.2.173. That's the switch. Configure. Configure other. Fan. It's still called fan. It's on blisteringly old, blisteringly old version of this of Tasmota. Info. No, not info. I don't want info. Config. QTT. 2220. Blah 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 blah. It's all the same stuff, but that's not really gonna. That's not gonna conflict. 220, 1883. Yeah, that's all correct. I wonder why it's not noting it up. Oh, that's the wrong one. The name, the channel, the server is serve. The broker should be fine. What is toggle sending to bulb 1? It's sending just a toggle, and I don't know what exactly that would send. But right now, what we're concerned with is the fact that it's offline, whereas I can get on the bulb and operate it this way. So all of the MQTT stuff is in there. I just don't know why it's not doing its thing. Let me check with the shop light settings. Configuration, configure, mqt, no, your QTT, 2220 port 1883, so that's all the same. So the shop lights, which I can control just fine. What's up, Zwihard? Could something like this be used to capture data coming from any Wi-Fi enabled device, say an inspection camera that you have to connect to its Wi-Fi SSID to receive its video? That's a sideways application of I don't this stuff is turning on and off lights, like oh, the topic, maybe it's the topic. Topic in this case would be bulb 1. Save that. I think that would just affect what turns it on and off. I don't know if that would affect whether or not Node can recognize it. And yet. And yet. So this will just toggle it on to whatever settings are already in there. So I would need something else to send it the settings. Because right now we have it. Let's see what happens if I change like go all the way out here and turn it off. And then we send it a toggle with Node Red. Yeah, so that turns on whatever settings I have in the web UI. Ah, you cracked it. It was definitely... So the topic also needs to change on the thing. I get all this debris off of my desk because my mouse is starting to pick up on the Scholastic and drag it all over the place. Alternative way to check MQTT Explorer. You guys keep calling me QT. I'm a little uncomfortable. So there's a thing that'll actually look at the... I think it's Mosquito that's doing everything. I'd helped setting up the file server to do all this stuff. It was a major pain in the butt. but you setting up the FreeNAS to have like whatever it is, all the brokerage stuff. Use Wi-Fi enabled device. Yeah, okay. I'm up to date on chat. So, I mean, the next thing for me is to do a little bit of reading and figure out how I can inject specific colors into this thing. And I need to get the node red flow that's going to not just look at OBS, but it's going to look at, what do you call it? It is going to look at Twitch chat as well. Sorry, I was hiccuping in the middle of that. MQTT Explorer is great. It really helps visualize data. I should check it out at some point. Yeah, so I have daylight hour switches on this. I have a timer switch down here that turns off the track light for when I'm watching, like, I'll be watching shit on the computer down here at night, and more often than not, I've been falling asleep at my desk. It's pretty bad. I need to be better about going to bed. But if I do go to bed in the middle of watching TV, I'll forget to turn the lights off. I'll just leave. And so the track lights will automatically turn off at 3 a.m. What I would like to also add to that is the floor fan also needs to turn off at 3 a.m. But then when I come back down here in the morning, I want to turn that fan back on. So maybe when I hit the button to turn on the main shop lights, which is not a node red flow, that's just the device doing its thing, maybe I could have shop lights output an on event that would then toggle, maybe not toggle, maybe just turn on another switch. So I'll have to add one of my switches to the fan before the PWM thing. I don't think there's I might be able to actually take apart my PWM controller for the fan and make that into a device. I could make that into an ESP8266 device. That would be a fun. No, projects find me a little too easily though. But that would be pretty good because then it could turn itself off and change the PWM value. Would I need it to? Or I could have it turn the thing back on, because then when I'd hit the switch and that would turn it back on. I don't know. That would be an interesting one. The PWM thing I have is fairly simplistic, and we could probably just take over wherever that PWM is and send put an ESP in there. And then you would make all of the controls low voltage, so your dimmer would no longer be like a big potentiometer. Actually, I don't think it probably isn't a big potentiometer. But we could get rid of the PWM potentiometer engine that's inside of the device and just have the ESP providing the PWM. Then we would have the controls, the power switch would be set to 5 volts. We need to put in a 5-volt regulator if there's already something like that in there. That would be a very interesting one to do. Or I could just put a switch on it. Or I could just put a switch on it. All right, so I guess that sort of concludes what we're doing. What I can do in the future now is hook up this bulb 1. I can actually hook it up to smarter things. I can have an event. So like if, where's one of the ones? Yeah. If the daylight hour, if it comes in that it's daylight, I can set it to a switch. I can then change the primary piece of it to like a command, like a color and a brightness, and then I can have that sent to the bulb and it will respond to that. I have to figure out how the rest of that stuff works, so it's going to be a lot of reading on my part. But I think that's all I got for today. We had a big stream today. There were a lot of people here, and I hope you guys learned something. I don't think everybody did, but I think it was mainly that people were. Yeah, certain people weren't online. Wow, 78 people! Holy shit, you guys are crazy. Y'all's crazy. But yeah, we got our RGB LED to work. I only have 3 others of these to do. It's going to be a pain in the butt, but at least I've got stuff kind of set up to do it. I'm going to have to take apart the remainder of these. Let's see if I can actually do one of these by hand. Can I get this off by hand? Yeah. I might have been learned something. Ha, streamer. I didn't learn anything. Joke's on you. Fuck. I learned that a fan does not understand how to change the colors of the bulb. That's a good lesson. Holy crap. Get the hammer. I don't want to damage this. I need 2 of these to be running. I learned that light bulbs are hard. Actually, what you guys should learn from this is that you should use the modern stuff. Use the latest, the modern GitHub stuff, because apparently all I had to do was cut and paste that thing into the GitHub, and because we had been doing some other reading, we learned that there's a command to split the W off of the RGB. But like, other than that, we could have done this in 5 seconds if I was a little better at documentation, and if I got the IP address right, and we weren't trying to get into an old... Oh, there it goes! I heard it. It made a noise. It went... Hey, Shazam was filmed partially in Philadelphia. Whew, I almost cut myself. Unfortunately, well, fortunately in Philadelphia, we do not have an elevated highway. I don't know why the director wanted that, but Shazam is supposed to take place in Philadelphia. It was an okay movie. I didn't mind it. There's some really cool YouTube videos out there where the director of Shazam, what I'm doing is I'm pulling away from me. It's like I'm trying to give somebody a, the base of the neck fracture. I'm trying to twist it a little bit, but jeez. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but Shazam, there's some good shots of Philly in there. But we don't have an elevated highway. That's really weird. It was like just straight up Market Street, elevated highway. It's like splitting an apple in half. It's like actually breaking somebody's neck where you don't turn their head. Baseline skull fracture is what I'm talking about. It's the same thing that Dale Earnhardt suffered when he fucking hit a wall after saying he wouldn't wear the Hans device, which is made specifically to prevent baseline skull fractures. Said, I'm not going to get in that fucking noose. And then he went off and fucking died. Dumb. Never laugh at safety. It's making a snapping noise. I think I've almost got it. I joined at a very confusing part of the stream, yeah. This is me beheading light bulbs. The director of Shazam also hated light bulbs. What, huh? Yeah, this is, we got a lot of people here, but I'm sort of pseudo-wrapping up. I'm deciding to eviscerate these light bulbs at the very end just to get the tops off. Because once I get the tops off, I can pull the bottom off of it and then get all the electronics out. And then I have to desolder the ESP module, solder my FTDI device to it so that I can then boot it up and flash it with Tasmota. But I'll do that as like a factory process on my own later. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm choking my light bulb, if you know what I mean. Because I don't know what I mean. I don't know what I mean here. I'm physically destroying. Where's the last one? Where's the last one? I want to see the last one. I want to hold it. I want to hold it in my hands. Where's the last one? I want to shake its hand. Oh, it's already been eviscerated. This one just, boop. Edit that one out in post. Murder, Shazam, elevated highway, racing disasters, 1 sentence. That's the value added of an Oh Bother stream. That's what you get in an Oh Bother stream. You get murder and not a whole lot else. There's a USB 4. If they liked USB so much, why didn't they make a USB 2? Oh, they did. I don't know. There's USB 3, and then there's like that orange stuff. I think the orange stuff might be USB 4, because I have it on my motherboard, but nowhere else. It always gets to the motherboard first. USB-C was, I think, no exception, but USB 3 is very distinct from USB 2. Yes, USB 4 works completely differently from 3. 3 has like C has a negotiation. I wonder if 4 is going to have a negotiation. Fun thing, replace the dome with the printed glow-in-the-dark ones. But only use this type of lamp in out-of-reach play. Are you trying to make me do like Riddler trophies? Is that what's going on? Am I going to start like putting these things out there for the Batman to find, and I make it just like a little bit green, I make it kind of just like, oh, it's a Riddler trophy. What's that over there? Is that it's a Riddler trophy. Can't even believe it. Bother trophies, so they'd be yellow. That is very green. That's not that yellow. That one's approaching it. You know, for my own eyesight being not great with yellows and greens, differentiating the two, choosing yellow as the like color of the stream emote might not have been a great idea. This thing isn't getting hot at all though. USB 4 adds 80 gigabit per second transfer, multiple devices on one bus. Damn, I need that here because I can't plug in my Stream Deck XL without messing up. Well, the Stream Deck XL, it won't work unless it's plugged directly into the computer, and that thing's supposed to be USB 3. I think it has a C on the back, so maybe if I go C to C, maybe it'll work. Glow-in-the-dark filament is typically made out of PLA, which is brittle. Touching it could be a little exciting. This doesn't get hot, and it doesn't get bumped into. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up 2 of these, and I'll set them up as indicator bulbs. So I can hook them up to stuff in Node-RED. The indicator bulbs would indicate not only that stream is streaming, so I can use my direct OBS thing to do an evaluation of whether or not we are actually live. So coming from get Stream Deck device command, that's a different one. Current program scene changed. So I can pull in one of these guys, which in this case is an OBS instance, and I can make it into is stream live. Here, let's try that. So OBS connection status, OBS event, and we can do OBS instance. Let's see, that one doesn't have, this one's current program scene changed. OBS events, OBS instance, and then what are we doing here? This is JSON, so message.payload. Although I'm going to need it to be, oh boy, I got to figure this. I got to figure out Node-RED. I don't know how to use Node-RED. Events contains, so if I take pretty much the same thing, except I change, all right, hold on. Not the stand light. Oh, no, never mind. That took it all at once. I'll take individual pieces. Into JSON. Now, the thing is, I'm probably going to need to look at this payload to see what it contains. If it is an OBS event, I'm going to need to see what it looks like for stream to go live or not. So maybe I should set it up so that I can actually look at that when I stop stream today. And then I can set it up to spring arm or whatever. I can set it up to whatever event that is called, like goes live or, you know, start and stop broadcast, basically. Made a glow-in-the-dark module with hallway lamps that makes good night lights. That's interesting. My glow-in-the-dark 3D printed stuff stopped glowing in the darking. You only get a certain number with it? Too few and probably too little glow stuff added in the first place, I see. Yeah, there was, remember I had that heated discussion with a chatter who desperately wanted me to use glow-in-the-dark powder in order to make my modules, the text on the modules glow. And it's like, I told you it won't work because I've already done it. It doesn't glow enough. It doesn't glow very much. I don't know, maybe the powders got old, but they really like blue glow-in-the-dark stuff, not that effective. If you hit it directly with high-powered ultraviolet light, it'll barely glow for just a little tiny bit. It was very disappointing. I don't think there's much I can do about that, unfortunately. Maybe it's just that the stuff was old. So I'm going to need to put a debug here. What does that look like? Where is this debug? Debug. After JSON, we go to debug. And I'm going to have to run that when I stop stream. My older glow discs are super dull now. I have not been able to find this toy. It's from the 70s, 80s, probably the late 80s, let's say. They were little space trucks and vehicles, and they had this like glowing, what looked like, you know, like a radioactive core that you would put inside of them, and that would basically trigger a light sensor. And so on the side of this little glowing core, there was what looked like just the volume icon, because the volume icon would cover over the glow shit. And so you twist the little glowing core that you put into the truck, and it would speed up and slow down. But it would only operate as long as it was glowing. And then when the glow was out, it would stop the vehicle. You'd have to take the thing out and put it into a charger, which was just a lamp. It was just a lamp that you put it in. And that would get the glowing thing to glow again. And it was the coolest concept for a toy, because it was just so like dead simple. And it just like having this like glowing, actual glowing core that would eventually like wear down over time. It was very much like a game mechanic. It was very cool. I really enjoyed that toy quite a bit. And then I forgot about it, or it was just in a toy bin for 1,000 years, and I don't remember what it was called. It was really neat though. It was like it was a pretty boring truck, but just a little gray space truck that only ran when you had the core properly configured. God, the white LEDs are quite bright. It's almost like this thing is meant for illumination over actually being an RGB color. It looks like I have like a fire going on my desk. Thermonuclear powered toy truck. I mean, if you just open the thing up and shine a flashlight in it, I'm sure it would go like a bat out of hell. But the concept of it was very neat. It's very bright in here. All right, I'm turning this thing off. I'm going to get more progress done on this thing. We'll figure it out a little bit more. I'll be able to program for it properly. Glow in the dark wears down over time. I guess whatever reaction is happening in order to create photons isn't exactly happy with being done time and time again. I wonder what the actual chemistry mechanism is. I gotta look that up. Okay, I'm done. We've done some good stuff. We're at a good stopping point, right? UV isn't that good for the material. No, it breaks the mer chains and it becomes brittle. The mers break down and you get less flexibility out of your plastics and they start to shred. It's just what happens. Everything hates UV. Even in electronics, if you hit a chip with UV, you can erase it by accident. That's why we have a black epoxy on top of everything. If you see an exposed chip and you have a UV light, you might be able to wreak havoc on it. Got to find the good old radioactive radium glow in the dark stuff. I wanted to get some. I have 2 radiation detectors. One of them has a little chart on it. It's just this neat little thing. And the other one is something that's designed to be carried in the pocket. I have 2 of those. I should carry them around more. I'm not around radioactive stuff anymore. Not since that radioactive night vision unit that I took apart and then had sitting around in the bottom of a drawer. I probably touched the little radioactive part of that night vision thing and then touched my balls soon after. I was a teenager. That thing, it was a Navy red night vision module, and so what it had was this little disc that would slide out. So you press a button to put it on its side, and this little disc of radioactive material would come out on a swing arm, and it would charge this phosphor material. And then when that got out of the way again, it was like an Archimedes telescope. So the viewer had the disc with the hole in the middle, focused the image on that phosphor, and that phosphor would glow red and enhance the amount of, the visibility of the photons. So you'd be looking at this little end of glow stuff that's charged up by radiation, and it would make an image, right? So you were able to actually view low light things, very early night vision concept. So I guess it was used in the Navy quite a bit. But the thing is, I didn't know that it was radioactive when I was a little kid. I took the thing apart, I put it in a vise, I took the 2 halves apart. The phosphor goes bad very quickly. The radioactive element goes bad very not quickly. It's got a very long half-life. So I definitely was exposed to a little bit of radiation. Yes. Hopefully it didn't get into any of my soft tissue. But I don't know. I'm doing fine now. Nigh on 25 years later, I'm doing okay. I already had diabetes at that point, so that wasn't my canon event. So I did not give myself type 1 diabetes with that. I am curious if I'm going to get like prostate cancer. I don't know. I probably kept a good distance from it. You still have a radioactive detector unit? I have 2 now, but I didn't have them back then. The 2 that read down here read very low levels of radiation. I mean, I'm in a basement for F's sake. Same problem with radium phosphor clock dials. Everybody always brings that up. Yeah, the ladies, and then painting the clock dials for their radium dials. My one of the guns that I have has radium phosphor sights that are probably still glowing. I think. When I first got it, I sent it back to SIG and I said it's not accurate and the glowy stuff isn't glowing enough. And they very reluctantly replaced it. I got a nigh on almost angry letter back, and they said, here's your results before and after. And just like I predicted, down and to the left. And so they corrected that. I was like, you sons of bitches, like I know what I'm talking about. And yeah, they reproduced, re-upped my sights. So they're probably still glowing, but that may have been 10 years ago. So it's maybe not so glowy anymore. Just like the CIA, they're very glowy. The phosphor is what decomposes the radium, doesn't? So just like glow in the dark material. All right. Anyway, you guys already know all that stuff about me. I'm just talking. I'm just hanging out. It's Friday. I don't want to work. But what I do want to do is give my beautiful little corgi puppy a walk. So what I'm going to do is I am going to be back on Tuesday-ish. I don't think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. There's a possibility that I might, but I wouldn't lean on it because I kind of have this stuff that I need to work on, and I got to finish that PCB. That PCB has been haunting me. I wanted to take a day not working on it and not thinking about it, but it's still in there. That earworm is still in my ear, telling me you don't know how to get that power to that chip. And I'm like, who said that? Somebody say something about a chip power? So I'm going to work on that on my own. I think I'll be able to probably get good progress into that. The next steps with that PCB, you guys might miss. It's just where I draw the pore fill and the program basically does everything else. And then sort of a cursory inspection, trying to look at where the grounds all connect to everything, because I need ground continuity through the whole board, because I haven't run any ground lines. And if I can't, then I'll need to run them manually. But then from there, order the board, get the board in, we get to build the board. Build the board. But that'll be fun. Okay, anyway, that's me for today. I really appreciate you guys. Louis, Lunatic Live, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. We're kind of in the middle of things, but we're doing a nice, like, simple thing today, which is just reflashing an ESP device. So I hope you guys learned what not to do. I can look at who's live on Twitch and see if there's somebody worth raiding. I have a feeling Rabos probably went online. Oh, no, he didn't. He actually kept from going online. Terminally online. What if they're not online? Garak Durak. Garak, G-H-A-R-A-C _ D-U-R-A-C is online right now. Garak Durak, not an English-speaking stream, but if you guys speak of the language, he does some cool stuff over there. We got Polrin is on. Sir Lar Boom is also on with 30 people. Other than that, it's all of your normal, oh God, Call of Duty, what the, all right, staying away from that. All right, thank you guys, really appreciate it. Oh, hey, Mahalo. I will catch you guys on Tuesday. Who's that guy? That guy.